the bush who he is. That's a funny line out of context anyway. And the bush doesn't want to be remembered, but he simply says that he was a man from Florence who hung himself. So Dante, feeling pity because, again, Florence matters above everything else, starts grabbing pieces of the leaves and twigs and comes over and just kind of like lays them on top. Like, oh, sorry, man, here's your eyes and your toes and everything. Just lay that there and good as new. So Dante and Virgil begin walking in the direction of where the two men came from, and they eventually come to a giant clearing that is filled with sand. And this clearing itself is surrounded by the dark woods that they had just walked out of. This sand pit is the third part of the seventh layer. So he sees all these naked people walking about, all moaning and groaning, and a few of them are laying down. However, Dante points out that their screams are by far the worst. He then notices that there are these flakes of fire that are falling from the sky that he describes as looking at like snowflakes. Only instead of snowflakes, they're again pieces of fire that hit the sand and make it scalding hot. So the sand that all of these people are constantly walking across is like 3rd degree burn level hot all the time. There's also a point where he looks out across the sand and there's a giant laying on it. And I know I just said the word giant, but I also realize that there may be new people watching the channel and we have to break them in easy. So anyway, the giant is laughing and essentially saying that this torture isn't so bad, to which Virgil points out that that's Capinius and he's not going to let the Roman god Jove, who killed him, have the satisfaction to know that Capinius is suffering. So it's like all these people suffering and then a Roman mythological giant. Because, yeah, Virgil points out that there is a river nearby that the two of them can walk along because the waters of the river make stone out of the sand that's not hot and they can walk across. However, the people on the sand cannot step off of it because, as mentioned by the two guys who ran naked through the woods earlier, dogs will find them, rip them to shreds, and then they'll just be back where they started whenever they heal up. Or at least that's why I imagine happens. Like, Dante doesn't say what happens to the guy who got ripped apart into the woods. Although, I highly doubt the way it works is if you get ripped up, it's like, all right, your suffering's over. You get to go home now. While walking along the bank, Dante asks Virgil where these rivers come from, to which there's this weird description that doesn't really go anywhere, but I have to mention it. It's too weird not to. Virgil says that underneath the island Crete, there's this giant creature, and again giant, that is very similar to the description of Nebuchadnezzar with Nebuchadnezzar's dream in the Bible. So in other words, it's this thing with a head of gold, a body of silver, feet of clay, and I think thighs of brass. And he says it's crying all the time underneath the island of Crete, and the tears go underground into the underworld, and that's where all these rivers come from. And that's never elaborated on. I almost feel like in some of these cases Dante had to be sort of trolling with it, because it's like, oh, wait, you want to know where the water from hell comes from? Well, there's a giant stone statue thing underneath Crete, and it cries, and that's where rivers are from. Any other stupid questions? So while walking along this bank, Dante sees his old teacher, Brunetto. Dante's excited to see him and says to Brunetto, let's sit and talk a while, to which Brunetto says, no, if you sit down, you are trapped in that state for 100 years. That explains why the people laying down earlier were the ones screaming the loudest. And like, I've ragged on this story a lot, and I know I have, especially for a story that was written 800 years ago. However, that's one of the coolest, like, torture concepts I could imagine. Like, it's this flaming hot sand that you would get tired of after walking for a whole day, let alone the eons that you'd have to. But if you take a moment to rest, boom, 100 years in that position, meaning more of your body's being burnt by the sand. And then if you do eventually decide to just lay down and take 100 years of suffering, you're just stuck there. And that is so brutal. And I love it. And like, I know it may sound like up until this point I've been like, oh, this is so awful. But stuff like this made the story worth it and made me want to keep reading. And while Dante never says why Brunetto's all the way down here, and while there's many reasons to be down here in this part of the seventh layer, in the research I did, there's beliefs that he was homosexual. So Dante, feeling so driven that even though he was his teacher who he still greatly admires, he's like, oh, you're gay? Looks like you're down there below the murderers, bucko. It's also during this moment that Dante, and not the character Dante, the writer Dante, uses this moment as more of an ego pump. Like there's that thing I mentioned earlier where the other poets were like, you're so great, you're fantastic. And here his teacher's like, wow, you sure are mature and a great writer and a good spirit. You're not afraid at all. You're one of the most driven people I know. Well, bye. And then Brunetto and the group just walk on. And anyway, I guess, you know, he's Dante, the guy that wrote Dante's Inferno. So who am I to make fun of him? But if you write a story like this and keep talking about how fantastic you are in it, I'm absolutely that guy to come and make fun of you. Before Brunetto leaves, he asks if Dante will remember him. Again, there's that whole remembrance thing. So eventually Dante and Virgil come to the end of this waterway and it drops into a waterfall. And Virgil explains that they have to go down to get to the 8th layer of hell. As they're standing there at the waterfall, Geryon appears, which is essentially, and I know they're different, but I'm dumbing it down, is essentially a Griffith, which is the creature that is like the lion body and the human head and all of that. And while Virgil talks to the Geryon, he tells Dante to like go talk to 3 other people who are standing on the edge of the sand. And whenever Dante walks up to these 3 guys who are sitting down in the sand, they're all holding these purses and just staring at him. And whenever Dante asks why they're just holding the purses, they tell him to get lost and get out of here, and they just keep staring at him. These guys are known as usurers, which again isn't really a thing now, but they were essentially loan guys, or in other words, they loan people money at high interest and then prey upon them to take it back. And Virgil talked about them earlier during their conversation before they went into the 7th layer, but I wanted to wait till now to explain it because it's so funny to me. So according to Virgil, the way the natural law of order works is people do things in the world and then they are given rewards for it. Whereas debt collectors don't do anything of worth and instead simply like prey on other people and take their stuff and therefore mess with God's natural order. So Dante threw debt collectors on the final part of the 7th layer of hell. So according to Dante, the acts of violence you can commit include genocide, suicide, being gay, and charging high rent. And I'm once again stressing of the 7th layer of hell. So according to Dante, the acts of violence you can commit include genocide, suicide, being gay, and charging high rent. And I'm once again stressing, this isn't a belief system. Just because he was Catholic doesn't mean the Catholics believe this. They renounced this several times. But reading it from like a modern standpoint, it's so funny. Like, oh yeah, and In the end, the burning sand, that's where the debt collectors and all the other people who I have moral disagreements with go. And no one can tell me otherwise. Oh, you have an issue with that? Well, guess what? Your mom's in hell too. So yeah, what about it? So then Dante walks back over to Virgil, and the two of them fly down the waterfall on the back of Geron down to the 8th layer. We then enter the 8th layer of hell, which is fraud. Again, as mentioned earlier, the idea that Dante is getting across is that God specifically hates those who betray kindness and love, so therefore fraud is so deep in hell. This 8th layer has 10 different sub-levels, and the way it's arranged is these 10 sort of stone trenches that are dug out, or these sort of pits that different people are punished for different kinds of fraud within each one. We then come to the first trench, which is that of deceiving love. From the descriptions that he gives, this is sort of like human traffickers. For example, they come across someone and he says that he sold his sister to a lustful man. And also Jason from the story of Troy is here for betraying his lover. So those who give away love are those who betray private love. And the people within this trench are forced to run from one end of the trench to another, as devils whip them if they go too slow. So imagine an eternity of sprinting and wearing yourself out from that, and every time you slow down, you're beat and whipped relentlessly until you keep running. The second trench is for deceptive speakers, or in other words, those who use lies or boister themselves in order to get what they want. In this trench is Eliseo and Thais, again, two characters from Greek mythology, and this trench is a giant pit full of dung. The idea being that people who BS'd in real life are now forced to BS forever, and they're constantly fighting and pushing each other down and covered in sores all the time, and obviously the smell. Not a fun party. In the third pit are the Simonists. Now that's not really a thing in modern age, but at the time it was a big deal. Simonists are people who sell sacred goods. Now, as that relates to church, that means members of the church who would lie to people and have them give money when it wasn't actually going to what they said it was going to. So like as Dante describes, these are people of the church who stole money to raise people from purgatory, or quite literally sold holy sacraments for cash. It was also a thing that started around the time that church leaders would sell pardons, or in other words, if someone committed a sin, they would literally take money and say, all right, you're good now, and then send them on their way. Dante didn't like that, so they're in here too. So the way that this trench works is the ground and the bottom of the trench are on fire, and it's like these hot coals that randomly shoot up with flames. And the only way to get away from it is there's these holes in the rock that you can put your head and torso inside of. And I imagine it's just kind of like a stone coffin within there. So then your waist and feet stick out, and that's burnt, but you have some alleviation on the top part of your body. Dante sees one soul that's so horribly burnt he can't even recognize a face. And whenever he asks the soul who it is, they say that they are Pope Nicholas III. Now, Dante did not like Pope Nicholas, because he was the one who started the whole thing of, oh, well, if you give me part of your money, your family member can go to heaven or whatever. So him being a charred, burnt remain just tells him off and is like, you know how much Jesus charged Peter to go to heaven? Nothing, because salvation's free, because Jesus paid for it. And you know what? I'm glad you're down here, and I'm glad you're burnt to death. And Virgil begins praising him for it, because as I mentioned earlier, the character arc is not character goes from being bad person to good person like we would think. It goes from character feeling bad for people to yelling and screaming at them and saying they deserve it. And then Nicholas mentions a really creepy fact. He asks, because you know his eyes are gone because he's so horribly burnt, he asks whenever Dante comes, he says, "Is that you?" and then refers to the next pope. And he explains to Dante whenever the next pope comes to take his place that he is to crawl deeper into the hole in the rock so that the next guy can put his head through it. So are those holes just like infinite tubes full of people inside of hot rock? That's the worst one out of all of them, if that's how that works. And like the other thing is, Dante describes all of these cosmic terrors, things like that, and things like the burning sand and all that. And then he's like, and then we saw a big cat griffin thing, and that was neat, and we said bye to everyone who's been suffering for an eternity. And then there was a really cool river, and he just never mentions it. They come to the fourth trench, which is sorcerers and seers, or in other words, like witches and mystic types. And all of them have their head twisted all the way backwards, so that they forever have to walk backwards. And that's it. And what's funny is Dante begins crying at the sight of this, whereas not 30 seconds ago he was yelling at the giant scab about how awful of a person he is. And then now he sees someone walking backwards and it's just more than his heart can bear. And I guess it's because like things like that in the modern age are, I mean, not common, but we see them in horror movies so often and stuff, we don't really think anything of it. But it's weird that he describes all these bodily images and this is the one that does him in. People walking without the use of their knees. How terrible. Also, I feel like the punishment doesn't scale because the one we're about to talk about is way worse. Like you've got the popes, the like pope tube with people on the outside having their feet burned up. And then we've got people walking backwards. And then the next one's a pit of boiling oil. Like, anyway, so they come to the next one, the fifth trench, which is like this boiling pit of tar. And at first when walking around it, they don't see anyone, but then a demon runs by carrying someone on his shoulder and then dumps them into the pit of tar. And all the other demons have these big like stirring rods and just push them under. And Dante realizes, oh, there's like millions of people under there. How quaint. Virgil explains to Dante that this part is for barrators, or in other words, people who exchange money for political office, or in other words, the way modern politics work. So Virgil, again using his wise words, negotiates for safe passage, because as one of the devils explained to him, there used to be bridges connecting all these trenches, but whenever Jesus did the whole like return thing and the whole earthquake happened, that destroyed the bridges, so now they need to kind of like climb their way across. While walking around the edge of the pit, Dante begins to notice that there's a few people who like swim to the surface and hide under the rock face, but whenever one of the demons come around, they dive back under. Which that's got to be, you know, a scary idea if it's like, well, back into the boiling tar I go. That's better than dealing with these guys. At one point while the devils are walking around, which also, mind you, this entire time they've been making fun of Dante, like, hey, what if we throw him in the pit? Wouldn't that be funny? And Dante's like crying and throwing up and everything. At one point as they're walking around, one of the demons stab a guy and hoist him up in the air, and Dante's trying to have a conversation with him, but every time he says something, one of the demons like pokes an organ out. Anyway, eventually there's like a moment of confusion with the demons and the guy manages to hop off the hook back into the boiling tar. So the two demons get into a fight with each other and fall into the tar. And Dante never elaborates if they're just stuck down there forever or what. But there's two demons in the tar pit now, whatever that means. So the other demons get mad at Virgil and Dante because, I don't know, they're like, hey, get those guys now for some reason. So Virgil and Dante run and just jump into the sixth trench, which turns out is a relatively chill trench. However, it's really lucky that it was, because what if it was another boiling tar one? It's like, oh, and we're dead now. Great. All of God's journey ruined because we were running and jumped into a trench like an idiot. So they jump into the sixth trench, and it's a bunch of people with really heavy garments over them, and that's it. Like, it's just like these heavy, they look like robed people walking around in circles, and Dante points out that the outside of the robes look beautiful, but the inside is like brittle and covered in lead and stuff. It's not on fire. It's not anything extreme. They're just forced to walk around all the time in really heavy garments, but like, can they sit down? Can they like take a nap? Is this just like a bunch of weighted blankets everywhere? Dante eventually talks to two men who explain that they are friars and that this pit is for hypocrites. Hence the garment looks beautiful on the outside, but it's ugly and bristled on the inside, you get it. And while talking, Dante notices that there is a man in the middle of the room who is crucified to the floor. And the two friars explain that that is Caiaphas, the guy who had the idea to crucify Jesus. And that whenever they're walking around in the robes, that they have to step on him as his punishment for crucifying Jesus. Again, no clue if anyone's telling them to do that or if that's just like an agreement they all came to or what. And then Dante and Virgil just leave and they head on to the seventh trench. The seventh trench is by far the weirdest one, and like a lot of the language in this poem, which you can check it out, I linked it in the description itself, is hard to read in its own right. And what he's describing here is, anyway, so the seventh trench is for thievery. And essentially in it, there are these giant lizard snake things. And they're not lizards or snakes. They're like these weird hybrid creatures that he's just trying to describe that have these stingers on them. And he watches one of them sting a guy that's running around, and he's bound up by snakes. So there's a guy bound by snakes running around in this pit of giant snake lizard things, and one of them stings him, and he falls over and turns to ash. Then all of the ash reforms and he comes back together, and that just keeps happening on a loop. Dante goes down there and asks the guy who he is, and the guy doesn't want to say, and eventually confesses that he stole from a church, because again, this seventh trench is thievery. So then during the conversation, he curses God, and as soon as he does, a series of snakes come and begin to wrap him up. And as they're wrapping him, Dante's talking about how much he hates him and how deserving he is of this punishment. So I want you to imagine Dante standing there at the edge of a trench he just came to. This guy's probably been suffering for, 200-300 years. And Dante is like asking him what happened. And then the guy was like, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of God. And immediately snakes wrap all around him. And as he's laying there like suffocating, frothing at the mouth, Dante's like, I cannot believe your insolence. Well, let me tell you, as someone of a higher position, that you are wrong. Good day, sir. This is the really weird part that's hard to describe. So these three souls come up to him, and then they all sort of like scream or cry out for something. And the description that Dante gives, to the best of my ability, is like this worm with legs comes to one of the souls and like burrows inside of it. And then like the soul flips around and becomes this lizard thing. And then, I'm not kidding, read it yourself. And then another one of the souls, this like turtle comes up to, and they both breathe. No, it bites the soul on the chest and smoke comes out of the chest. And then the smoke becomes a snake. And then the other one like gets eaten by a scorpion thing or whatever and becomes a spider. That's the best I can do. Like, it's this weird long description of these three people flipping in and out, and I'm sure it's this really cool cosmic horror, but the way Dante describes it gets me a little bit. He specifically says, the things that I saw were so great and so amazing that they would put any poet to shame, and that the sights here were more amazing than any man could ever dare to imagine. And like, if this was real, sure, I get it. But Dante here, and he specifically brings up like old Roman and Greek poems and is like, this is cooler than what those guys had. So he's pretty much right into being like, wow, it'd take a pretty cool guy to come up with this stuff, which is definitely real and not made up by a really cool guy. And I think what he's describing is that the souls down here constantly have their bodies stolen by these spirit or like lizard things that are running around everywhere. Or like they're constantly switching bodies. I don't know. Weird stuff is happening in the thief pit. So anyway, they come out of that pit and then they go to the eighth one, which whenever they see it, it's like this long expansive area. and there's these little fires everywhere that Dante describes as looking as fireflies. And then Virgil's like, yeah, underneath every one of those little fires you see is a soul burning all the time. These are the evil leaders and counselors, or in other words, people who led others to death or treachery with their leadership. For example, one person down here is Ulysses from the Trojan horse story, who says that after all of that happened, he decided to get all of his men together and sail across the seas forever. However, at the time, 1300, they thought that the world ended at a certain point. So his story is that Ulysses went too far and literally went off the map, and everyone with him died. So now he's punished down here because he led men to death with his own insolence. One very interesting person down here is Guido da Montefeltro. And again, Guido's a real historical figure, but according to him, Pope Boniface VIII had asked him to be a soldier in his army. And Guido had said that he doesn't want to do that because he's repentant and doesn't want to go to war. But the Pope said that he will give him a pardon in advance if he fights in the Papal War. However, whenever Guido died, a demon took him, saying that you cannot be pardoned for a sin you had not yet committed, because that implies that you regret it. However, if you regret something in advance before you do it, that's not actually regretting it. That's the equivalent of being like, I'm sorry before you punch somebody. And apparently, and again, I'm not an expert on medieval times religion or whatever, but apparently this was a thing that was happening within Catholic churches. People would get pardons in advance. So again, Dante including him in this tier of hell is another political jab. They come to the 9th trench, which according to Dante is an endless sea that looks like all the carnage from every war in history. It is just arms and legs and bodies and heads and everything else ripped to shreds. Virgil explains that these are the sowers of discord, or in other words, people who have purposefully caused trouble. And that what happens is these demons come around and they pick people up and they just rip them into as many pieces as they want and then throw them back in there. And because this is hell, no one can die. So if your head gets ripped in half and you're just a disembodied head, well, you just gotta lay there forever and then have piles of other body parts thrown on top of you, and you can still feel all your limbs, and it's like that forever. He mentions a few people being down here, most of them people he personally knew from Florence because he does that a lot, as well as the Prophet Muhammad from the religion of Islam, because, as you could imagine, Dante didn't really care for Islam, so yeah, he put him in there too. Among the carnage, he sees something like a man who's had his entire mouth and jaw ripped off and can't speak. He saw another man who had his head cut off and was walking around holding his own hair. And whenever he comes to talk to Dante, he's like, hey, he's like, hey, talk to it. There's also this weird line where Dante mentions to Virgil, oh, I should have a family member down here. And Virgil's like, yeah, he was there. You just didn't recognize him because he was skinned alive. And Dante's like, oh, all right, on to the next part. They then get to the 10th trench, which is different, as on their way there, it becomes pitch black, and Dante has to cover his ear from the shriekings that he's hearing. This is the trench of liars and falsifiers. In other words, those who have completely lied outright in order to gain from it. He says that the people in this trench not only experience total darkness, but illnesses of that far beyond earth, or in other words, a constant pestilence. He says he sees people covered in these giant scabs that he compares to fish scales all over their body, that they constantly itch and rip off and bleed everywhere just to continue to scratch before the scabs grow back and they do it over again. He meets a man by the name of Griffolino, who was an alchemist. In other words, he would fake precious metals and then sell them as real, like gold and silver, as well as to rabid people who run around frothing at the mouth, biting other people and themselves, saying that the pestilence here is so strong, people have even lost their minds. He comes across a counterfeiter who made fake money, who is hideously bloated and constantly thirsty with no way to get water. And then also down there is Potiphar's wife, who is a Bible character that lied about Joseph in order to have him be thrown in prison. Also, two of them get into a fight, and at this point Dante's so giddy about all this torture stuff that he enjoys the fight, and then Virgil rebukes him and says, no, don't enjoy their fighting, but it's good that they're suffering, but don't enjoy it too much, and then they leave. So then, walking out of the 8th layer of hell, They walk into this corridor that's incredibly dark. Dante begins to make out in the darkness something that he describes as towers, but as he gets closer, he realizes that these are not towers. Instead, these are giants. I'm controlling myself, who are stuck in the ground from their stomach down, or in other words, it's just the top half sticking out. And all of these giants are in a circle around a huge well. There is one giant by the name of Nimrod who is blowing a trumpet, but whenever he tries to speak to the pair, what he says is completely indiscernible. Virgil explains that Nimrod had the idea to build the Tower of Babel in the Bible, which is the tower that people tried to build in order to get to heaven, and for his insolence, he's been punished that no one can ever understand him. Eventually, they come across a giant named Antaeus, who is not frozen or stuck in any regard, and ask for his help to go down the well. Initially, Antaeus is afraid to go down to the 9th layer, but then Dante says that he can make him famous by writing about him in the story. So Antaeus agrees, and he holds out his hand, to which the 2 men climb onto it. Gives you a scope for how big this giant is. He then climbs down the well and drops them off onto a frozen lake. They are now in the 9th layer of hell, treason. As the previous 2 layers, it is subdivided this time into 4 parts. The first part is kindred or family betrayal. The second part is country or homeland betrayal. The third part is betrayal of guests and friends. And the fourth part is betrayal to God. As soon as they get there, Dante hears a voice say, "Be careful where you step, you may step on a sinner." To which Dante pulls back and realizes that he is standing on a giant frozen lake that has heads popping up out of it. And all of the heads are living people who are permanently frozen, unable to move from the neck down. As people cry, the tears freeze across their face, and it's so cold that several people have ears frozen off and are in a permanently pale state of existence. While walking and stepping over all of the heads, he comes across these 2 men who have their hair knotted together, so they're forever touching forehead to forehead. Another soul explains that these are 2 brothers who killed themselves in the real world, so now they are forced to ever be stuck together and unable to do anything about it. Virgil then says they need to continue walking, as he says they are walking towards the center of this frozen lake, which is the center of hell itself. Now, something to explain about why the 9th layer is composed this way. The idea being the least offensive treason is that of family, because family is something that you're born into. So while you're still supposed to maintain ties, the love there isn't as strong as the love one would give to a friend or God. The second is country, because country is something that one, or at least Dante figured, someone should be so loyal to that it should surpass that of family. The third being friends and guests, because those are bonds that you have chosen to make and entirely rely on trust, so betraying that is a massive sin against humanity. And then finally, a treacherous act against God. The idea being that since God is perfect, any treacherous act comes from a pure place of malice on your behalf. So as they walk closer to the center, I can't really see in the writing a difference between, the ones who, because like in the 8th tier, there were individual trenches. Like it was easy to see, oh, these people, these people, these people. It seems like here it's just continuing and nothing's changed. The only mention was there was a line about the faces were purple. So maybe it's even colder here, but like, it's still just head sticking out, so whatever. While walking, Dante kicks someone's head on accident, who gets mad, and he's like, "Why are you torturing me? I'm being tortured enough. Leave me alone." And whenever Dante asks him who he is, the head doesn't respond. So Dante gets down on the ground and grabs his hair and says, "If you don't tell me who you are, I'll rip your hair out." Like, that is a wild change from the Dante that we saw like an hour ago. Like, this guy went from passing out at the thought of 2 people kind of floating around in the wind to now he's like, "If you don't tell me who you are, I'm going to rip your frozen hairs off one by one." So as this is going on, a head nearby tells Dante that that man is a traitor to Florence. Dante does not like that one bit and tells the frozen man that he's going to write about him in his story, and everyone for all of history will know that he's a traitor to Florence, forever cursed to freeze in hell. He keeps walking and comes across 2 people who are frozen, one's head up against the back of another, and the one who's pressed up against the back is eating the head of the man in front of him. Dante kneels down and asks what this is all about, and to answer him, the guy that is eating the other guy wipes his mouth on the hair of the guy in front of him and then begins to tell his story. He tells Dante that he himself was a count, and the man whose head he's eating was an archbishop who in life condemned him and his sons into a dungeon where they all starved to death. He gives a grueling account of how he was thrown in there for betraying the city of Pisa, and even though he deserved the treachery, also throwing his sons in there was a treacherous act, and it's heavily, or at least he heavily implies, that he ate his sons as they were about to die. Like, that's how hungry he was. So he tells Dante, now the man is forever cursed to be the victim of my hunger, and then he just goes back to eating the guy's head. To which Dante, the takeaway he has from that is he stands up and he's like, Pisa is such a horrible city. I can't believe Pisa is this evil. Could you imagine that? And again, this is the thing that's so weird to me about this. He is in the 9th circle of hell. He has gone where quite literally no man has been before, standing above someone eating someone else's head for eternity. And he's like, man, Pisa really has to get their social climate in order. So then they continue on walking, and they get to the 3rd part of the 9th layer, which is the traitors to guess. Again, because that's entirely bounded on trust, and they broke that trust. These people are different because instead of frozen upright, they're frozen lying on their backs, which means not only do they not have anyone to look at and they never know who's around them, but whenever they cry, instead of the ice kind of pouring down like icicles, it covers their whole face until eventually they're stuck in this frozen mask. It's also at this point that Dante begins to feel a rush of wind, like a gentle breeze happening, and he asks Virgil what it is, and Virgil's like, we'll get to it when we get to it. One person who has their face completely frozen in tears asks Dante to help him, and Dante says he will if the man tells him his story. The man frozen on the ground explains that he is Friar Alberigio, which is someone that Dante knows back on Earth. The friar explains that he invited a guest over to his house and murdered him. Dante's confused though because the friar is still alive on Earth, to which the soul explains that if someone commits a sin so heinous that it puts them in the 9th circle of hell, the moment that they commit it, their soul is sucked to hell and their body is filled with a demon. And that's where possessions come from. This is an insanely cool concept to me, like the idea of souls being switched if someone commits an act so heinous against humanity. And guess what Dante's takeaway is from it? That's right, Italian politics. So then, remember, Dante made the deal, tell me who you are, I'll break the ice off your face. And then Dante goes, you know what? No, I'm not going to break the ice on your face. You know why? Because this is what you deserve. And then he stands up and recounts that this man is from Genoa, and he's like, Genoa is such a terrible place that a friar can be possessed and no one could tell the difference. Imagine living in Genoa. Wouldn't that be awful? Like the man just described, there are sins so heinous that a demon possesses your corpse, and now they exist in the realm of the living. And his takeaway is that Genoa, not the best place to live. They then continue walking, and Dante says they eventually get to a place where souls are completely frozen beneath the ice. As in not just their head sticking out and they cry, their entire body frozen forever in various positions that he can see beneath the ice as they walk across it. And then finally, they come to the 4th part of the 9th layer of hell, the bottom of the pit itself. As they get close, Virgil explains to Dante the wind that he was feeling earlier that's much stronger now is the wind off of Lucifer's wings as he flaps them. Whenever they get to Lucifer himself, he is massive. As a matter of fact, Dante says that he himself, Dante, is closer in size to the giants than the giants were to the size of Lucifer, implying him to be this monumental mountain-sized figure. Lucifer himself has 3 heads. The one on the right being a dark blackish color, the middle one being deep blood red, and the left one being a bright burning yellow. And from each of those faces pours blood and tears from the eyes that run down his body and create a sort of river. There are 4 people in this bottom pit of hell. The first, as mentioned, is Lucifer. Lucifer for betraying humanity and betraying God. The 2 on either sides of the heads are Brutus and Cassius. Now, that may not mean much to a lot of you, but for my boys who know about Rome, that's a pretty big deal. Brutus and Cassius are the 2 members of the Senate who conspired to murder Caesar. In other words, ending the original Roman Empire, which, as I mentioned earlier, Dante thought pretty highly of. So Caesar himself sat on a throne in the 1st circle of hell as such a great man, and now the 2 people who conspired to murder him and destroyed the Roman Empire are stuck here as well. The 2 of them hang within the right and left sides of Lucifer's heads, with their top half hanging out as they are constantly chewed, and Lucifer reaches up with claws and scratches them for all eternity. So non-stop within the mouth of Satan, snarling as he bites at you forever. And then finally, in the middle head of Lucifer, the most punished man in all of hell, is Judas Iscariot. He is instead facing towards the throat of Lucifer, and Dante says he can see his spine and bones as all the skin has been stripped away. Judas is here for betraying Jesus Christ and leading to the crucifixion of Jesus. So not only for betraying Jesus himself, but for betraying humanity's second attempt at perfection. Virgil explains to Dante that now that they have made it to the bottom of hell and they've seen everything that needs to be seen, it's now time to climb their way out. So Virgil carries Dante on his back and waits for an opportune moment to grab onto the side of Lucifer and begin climbing up him. Virgil's climbing for a while before jumping off of Lucifer onto a rock face, and then Dante opens his eyes, and instead of seeing, Lucifer's chest as if he was climbing up, he sees Lucifer's legs sticking up as if everything's been flipped upside down. Virgil explains that this entire time they've been traveling towards the center of the earth, and now they've passed the barrier where gravity has flipped, and they are now climbing their way out. Virgil says that they are climbing their way to the southern hemisphere, which is almost entirely made of water. According to him, whenever Lucifer was cast out of heaven, all of the land moved away from him, and he shot a straight hole all the way from the heavens to the center of the earth, where he got stuck going through, and that's the reason he's now frozen, setting up, chewing on Brutus Cassius and Judas. So all that they have to do is tunnel their way out the hole that Lucifer originally made whenever he got shot in. The waters from the oceans, because again, as Virgil said, the land moved away from him, so now it's pretty much just water up there. The waters from these oceans burrow their way down, and Dante says that this water coming through is the river Lethe from Greek mythology. And then they finally pop out, as Dante says, at the exact opposite point on Earth from where they started. So they made a direct line through the entire earth, with the final line of Dante's Inferno being, "Thence we came forth to re-behold the stars," meaning they're finally out on the surface and can once again see the stars. Not only that, but they've popped out at the foot of Mount Purgatory, or in this legend, the mountain on which Purgatory exists, which makes sense at this time in history because, again, they hadn't really explored anything outside of their hemisphere, so they thought, well, if Purgatory is going to be anywhere, it might as well be on the other side of the earth. So them coming out on the surface at the foot of Mount Purgatory is the setup for the second part of Divine Comedy, Purgatorio. So after all of that, after I read and described to you the entirety of Dante's Inferno, how do I feel about it? It's all right. I mean, there are some interesting points while reading it. Like some conclusions I came to that I think are interesting, especially from a modern perspective. For one, and I mentioned this a lot, the journey of Dante from being pity to pious is so interesting to me. Because whereas we hear that whole thing near the end in Tier 9, with the guy with the frozen tears on his face, who Dante's like, if you tell me who you are, I'll uncover your face. And then after he tells him, Dante's like, no, you're a bad soul. You deserve to have your face covered in frozen tears forever. That is like a heroic moment. That is Dante's character arc from being weak and passing out to being like, nope, they deserve it. This is all right. And I'm following what God wants me to do by saying that they should suffer more. I like that idea. It was also really interesting, the ideas of like fame throughout the entire story, because it's like a cool concept by modern standards. It's wild that in the 1300s, Dante managed to have these ideas where these suffering souls are just like, please remember me, or just show me some form of remembrance, which was entirely out of character for any storytelling at the time. So I think it's really interesting to see it put forward as much here. And what's interesting is once he got to like the 8th and 9th layer of hell, they didn't want him to know who he was, because then it It goes from fame to infamy. Also, there's kind of the combined message that you probably picked up on listening to this, that Dante had a very heightened sense of Christianity above everything else. Like, yeah, he had all the Greek and the Roman gods, and like you mentioned Muhammad, that's an Islamic figure, right, and all that, but they're all within his idea of what hell is in the Christian canon. So therefore, it's like, yeah, you can all be real, whatever, but you're in my hell. So, as well as the entire story itself being both a political and personal tool. Like, it's a political tool in the fact of, like, the army he's waging against. He's like, oh, you don't like me? Well, King Frederick II is in the heretic level of hell now. And, oh, you think he's your actual king? Well, I guess you're wrong. Oops. And also the personal stuff, like not only the fact that Virgil, his hero, basically guides him through the whole journey, but the fact all these other poets and his old teacher are like, wow, you're so great, you're so smart. And the woman he loved in life being the angel that comes down to him. Like, it's weird that for the time, I think about, I'm like, yeah, that's fine, like 1300, whatever. But it's hilarious writing tropes by today's standards. I made the joke biblical fanfic, but it really got that way sometimes. Like, I don't know. It's so weird because you would think from a storytelling perspective, and it's not like this is Dante's first story either. He wrote a bunch of other stuff. But you would think from a storytelling perspective, there would be this hindrance to add so many personal layers to it. But personally, I think part of his bitterness, because he was exiled at this time, came through in this story where he's just like, well, this person's in hell and this one is too. And I get the girl and all the poets say they love me. And like the whole feeling of this sort of malevolent benevolence exists throughout the story because he talks about all these people suffering and how it's good. Like even the inscription on the gate of hell at the beginning, where it talks about divine justice and primal love made me. And the idea, like, everything you're about to see is exactly what they get and it's what they deserve. And, like, honestly, Dante's entire character journey was coming to terms with that fact. It's like the opening inscription on the gate is the end destination for his character. And not only that, but with things like the inscription on the gate, the power of words has such an important, like, it's an asset in this story. Because there's so many, and I made jokes about it, but anytime something happens, Virgil's like, God sent us, and they just get what they want. And like when it came to the city, whenever the angel had to come and tap open the door, like the one time words didn't work, an angel did it, and every other time words did what they needed it to. And all these souls who have been suffering in hell for who knows how long just want Dante to talk about them in his poetry, which, yeah, kind of haughty to be in a story and be like, but these souls were relieved to know that I, the great Dante, would write about them. But it does show how Dante valued words and ideas, which whenever you're reading it kind of gives you an idea for why he included a lot of the details he did. For example, Dante thinks of poetry and writing as these great standings of moral character, so whenever he writes about someone being in hell, he wants that to be seen as a big deal. So how did I feel about it? By a modern standard, if someone wrote this today, I would be like, it's like okay, right? Because it's still interesting, the concepts of hell, but in other times, it's incredibly biased, not only with things I mentioned, like who goes to the seventh layer of hell is really weird and like old world philosophy thinking, but also with details about like who is in those layers of hell specifically, like all of them across the board. It's, like I said, it's a political tool, a lot of it. And a lot of the times the stories like this, you got to realize, Dante was part of a war. There are people who take some of this too seriously. A good example of it is William Shakespeare's The Tragedy of Julius Caesar, which is a fantastic play, and Shakespeare's a great writer, but people have taken that story and they have made that their history, right? Like they have taken that opinion and been like, yeah, this is what happened. They were definitely remorseful for it. And Mark Antony definitely felt this way about it and all that stuff. And people do that with Dante's Inferno sometimes. Like they'll read it and they'll read about these old popes and be like, I guess Pope Nicholas III was just an evil guy, wherein, you know, history is more complicated than just Dante's opinion of it. So it's weird that it's kind of become like a historical footnote, and understandably because of how big of a piece it is. But it's weird that the facts that Dante says in it itself have kind of become not canonical, so to speak, but revered. And I think that's kind of weird, but whatever. But I will say, for the time that it was written, this thing is an absolute masterpiece. To have no knowledge of these greater concepts of fear and horror and body disfigurement, and I'm talking about this from like a horror guy perspective, or like a film bro perspective, you could say. Like, the ideas of these body amalgamations and the transformation scene I kind of ragged on because he talked it up. But in all honesty, it was like an insanely weird scene to describe. Things that would be insane for a modern director to get across, the fact he did it in 1317 blows my mind. And like, these descriptions of hell, like I mentioned, are incredibly relevant today, not only in things like video games, like there's a Dante's Inferno video game, but stuff like As Above, So Below, or the majority of depictions of hell that use one, if not more, of these elements to get their point across. For what it is, I think it's incredibly interesting, and whenever there's something like this, I love going back to the source and seeing like where it all came from. Because even in reading this, and I once again want to emphasize, I have not only Dante's Inferno itself linked in the description, but a sort of Spark Notes guide to help you understand, because a lot of the English is older English. But while reading it, there were so many elements I found that I couldn't mention all in this video that made me go, oh, that's where this comes from. That's where that idea comes from. And as much as I rag on him, as much as there's ridiculous stuff in the story for nowadays, for what it was at the time, it was a marvel. And I think it's something that should still be looked at today, and I enjoyed reading it. But you know, I enjoyed even more than reading it? That's right, talking to you guys about it. And I hope that you enjoyed, and thank you for watching. It is the start of Halloween, and there's going to be more like direct line Halloween stuff like horror ARGs and all that coming out soon. But like, I've wanted to cover this for a while, and I was kind of putting it off, and I'm like, October's a good time to do it, because it is spooky. There's a lot of spooky ideas in there, body horror stuff and all that. So I wanted to do it now, and hopefully you enjoyed. I have absolutely
For the past several years, Super Mario Bros. Speedruns have been going on a journey. I'm not talking about the full game speedrun. That's an incredible story of its own. No, I'm talking about speedruns of the individual levels, completing a single stage from start to finish as fast as possible. The 8 levels in an any percent run have individually been optimized to near perfection, but a few years ago that wasn't the case. Players have had to figure out seemingly impossible tricks and break the game in ways previously unimaginable. This is Super Mario Bros. The Human Limit. First, a few basics. To beat Super Mario Bros. As fast as humanly possible, you start in 1-1, play through 1-2, then warp to 4-1, play 4-2, warp to 8-1, then play 8-2, 8-3, and finally 8-4 to finish the game. That's 2 levels in World 1, 2 levels in World 4, and 4 levels in World 8, for a total of 8 levels. Normally, for an any percent speedrun, you have to play through all 8 of these levels consecutively, beating the entire game. But here's the thing, since Super Mario Bros. Has been so broken down and optimized over the years, we actually know fairly definitively what the fastest possible time is. It comes out to 454.26. This was pulled off in a tool-assisted speedrun, or a TAS, where the player uses save states, slowdown, and frame by frame to create a theoretically perfect speedrun in an emulator, by a TASer named Maru. There's a slightly faster version of the TAS at 454.03 by Happy Lee, but that version allows you to press left and right on the controller to accelerate faster, which can't be done on a normal NES controller. So, 454.26 is our perfect time. Unless something new is discovered, it's physically impossible to beat Super Mario Bros. Faster than 454.26. Now, if you know much about Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning, you probably know about the game's frame rule system. Essentially, Super Mario Bros. Only checks to see if you've beaten a level every 21 frames, or every 0.35 seconds. So, in every stage, you can only gain time in increments of 21 frames. There's an analogy for this created by former world record holder Darbian, so I'll let him explain it to you.
Imagine that this little castle that Mario walks into is not a castle but a bus stop. And imagine that in the Mushroom Kingdom, buses operate on a very, very specific schedule such that every 0.35 seconds a bus departs a station and takes its passengers to the following level. So no matter how quickly you play a level, you have to wait for the next bus to depart to get there. And what this means is that when you speedrun the game, you don't have to play each level perfectly to avoid losing time. You just have to play each level well enough to get on the same bus as somebody who did play perfectly.
So, the goal is to catch the same bus as a perfect run. This frame roll system applies in every stage except 8-4, where timing stops immediately upon touching the axe. And so, getting the fastest possible frame rolls plus a frame perfect 8-4 puts the run at 454.26. Now, let's go back to 2016. The sum of perfection at that point was a frame slower, but for simplicity's sake, we're just going to keep it at 454.26. That was the perfect time. The sum of best that humans had pulled off was 457.01. 2.75 seconds behind perfection. That time difference came from the fact that on each of the 7 levels before 8-4, the best humans had done was 1 frame roll behind perfect. No more, no less. Humans were off by 1 frame roll in each stage. The fastest ways humans could beat stages usually involved just running to the end as fast as possible. There were some tough tricks, yes, but the task frame rules each involved doing something extra. Clipping into blocks, doing frame-perfect maneuvers, all tricks that humans didn't know how to do. One of these tricks in particular appeared over and over again in the run. This is the flagpole glitch. By very precisely clipping into the flagpole block, you can make the level end without having the flag slide to the bottom. You can see here how Mario reaches the castle faster without having to wait for the flag. In some cases, this is enough to save a frame rule. In 1-1, 4-1, and 8-3, the task uses the flagpole glitch to do just that. In those 3 stages, the flagpole glitch was the difference between humans and the task. But for years, nobody knew how to do it in real time. To clip into the block, not only does the jump have to be perfectly timed, but Mario's subpixel positioning also needs to be correct. That's his position within a pixel. Certain inputs will change this position by a lot, so getting the correct ones couldn't be done reliably. That, combined with needing the perfect jump to get in position, and needing to do the proper inputs once in the block to touch the flagpole, put this trick out of reach. At least until late 2015, when players started to look into it a bit more. That December, a runner named DoorTK made a save state from a jump on the staircase, and brute forced the inputs of the block until he was able to touch the pole. It was the first time a human had done the end inputs for a flagpole glitch. A few months later, runner Mav6771 replicated it and then went a step further, using a save state from the pipe instead of during the jump. This was the first ever full flagpole glitch done in real time. It was starting to come together, but for this to be official, it had to be pulled off in a full level. And there was a lot needed for that to happen. You needed to be fast enough in the underground to save the frame rule, then jump from the perfect pixel off the staircase, then hope you got the right subpixels from a mid-air hesitation, and finally, do the perfect inputs at the block to clip in. Just the luck from the subpixels alone put the trick at 1 in several dozen. But even for the best players in the world, chaining all of that together would be in the magnitude of 1 in several hundred. The community needed the best of the best for a chance to pull this off. The player who was most likely to hit multiple frame-perfect tricks in a row. Who would it be? Well, how about the world record holder, Darbian?
For 0.35 seconds.
On August 19th, 2016, Darbian successfully hit the flagpole glitch in 1-1. For the first time ever, the perfect frame roll had been achieved in a level of Super Mario Bros. It was impossible to save even another frame. Now, there were 2 more levels the flagpole glitch could be used on, 4-1 and 8-3. But keep in mind, with the subpixels and frame-perfect maneuvers needed, these would each be 1 in several hundred chances. But luckily, a month later, the community would get some help. Sockfolder is a speedrunning wizard, best known for discovering the canonless setup in Super Mario 64 and various tricks in Zelda Ocarina of Time. By September 2016, he was looking into ways to make the flagpole glitch consistent. More specifically, finding a way to control Mario's subpixel value to make the trick possible every time. He had a bot that ran thousands of input combinations at the end of the level, before finding a setup that involved landing on this step without holding B, then holding right and B for 2 frames before doing a full jump. If done properly, this gives Mario the subpixel values he needs so he can always clip into the block. This setup meant that the 1-1 and 4-1 flagpole glitches could be performed much more consistently. And it was just a matter of time before Darbian was able to match the perfect frame rule in 4-1. the second stage to hit perfection. 8.3 required a slightly different setup to manipulate subpixels, but just 2 weeks later on September 30th, Mav was able to pull it off. That made it 3 stages that were completed perfectly. Over the course of just 2 months, the sum of best was taken down over a full second. 3 levels down. But after the flagpole glitch revolution was done, everything slowed down. The problem was, these final 4 stages required tricks much more difficult than a flagpole glitch. In fact, they seemed impossible. Here's why. In 1-2, you would have to do a trick called the pipe clip. This standard method of completing the level was to run on the ceiling above the pipe, enter the warp zone, and head into World 4. Easy enough. But to get the perfect frame rule, you would have to do this clip into the pipe, then scroll the screen far enough while preserving enough speed to turn around and make it in time. You can see here that, if done fast enough, the pipe clip method does save the frame rule. The problem was the difficulty of stringing everything together. You need to land right next to the pipe, slow to walking speed, press jump for just 1 frame so you don't go too high, stop the clip at the right time, then scroll the screen far enough so that World 4 loads, and turn around to go in the pipe. It also all had to be done fast enough to save the frame rule. Humans weren't coming close to getting it. In 4-2, you have to do a wrong warp where you push Mario forward on the screen, leaving the warp zone loaded while you go down this pipe, and the game is fooled into sending you to the warp zone while skipping the vine animation. This isn't hard to do in real time, but the key is getting it all as fast as possible. By a combination of an extremely fast clip, impeccable movement into the pipe, and a quick turnaround in the warp zone, it was technically possible to make the fastest frame rule. But people didn't even know where to begin to make that happen in real time. Nobody even tried to save it. That's how out of reach it was. 8.1's frame rule involved doing a flagpole glitch at the end, just like 1-1, 4-1, and 8.3. However, there was a catch. Since you normally finish 8.1 with 0 frames to spare, you had to save a full 21 frames over normal in this stage to make the next frame rule. A sock folder setup flagpole glitch only saves 15 frames. That could increase to 19 if you performed it without slowing down. However, you'd have to find a way to manipulate your subpixels beforehand. But you still needed to save 2 more frames, which you could get via a fast acceleration at the start of the level. Mario accelerates slightly faster while facing opposite the direction he's moving, so by doing a small backwards jump at the start, it's possible to save exactly 2 frames. But to do so, you need to hold B and left for 1 frame, then hold B alone for another frame, then hold B, right, and A for a frame so Mario jumps, then hold B and right. Each of those moves had to be frame perfect and only last for 1 frame. Humans really struggle to do inputs that precise, so combined with the incredibly hard flagpole glitch at the end, 8.1 was out of the question. And finally, there was 8.2. This stage wasn't understood too well, but it was believed that to save the perfect frame rule, you had to play the whole stage flawlessly down to the frame. And that involved a fast acceleration at the start of the level, a maneuver over the piranha plant that lost 0 frames, and at the end, a frame-perfect bullet bill glitch. This is a trick similar to the flagpole glitch where you bounce off the bullet bill and clip into the block, but instead of just skipping the flag animation, it also skips Mario walking to the castle. This trick would also have to be performed on the first possible frame to save the frame rule. The fast acceleration, the multiple frame perfect input piranha plant jump, and the frame perfect bullet bill glitch. Getting one of those 3 would be hard enough. As far as everyone was concerned, getting all 3 was essentially impossible. So, once again, the 8.2 frame rule was ruled out. That's 4 stages. Each of them had 1 frame rule to be saved, but none of them were even being attempted. The only one that seemed remotely possible was the 1-2 clip, thanks to Happy Lee's setup where you could clip into the pipe with proper subpixels. World record contender Cosmic did serious attempts at getting the 1-2 clip in October 2016, and was able to clip into the pipe, but he was still several frames too slow to save the frame rule. If one of the best players in the world wasn't able to get this, it was beginning to seem hopeless. These perfect frame rules were just too much to ask, and months passed with nothing new. Then, suddenly, in April 2017, a Mario runner posted some rapid progress in 1-2. First clipping into the pipe from a save state, then doing the same from the start of the level, but just missing the frame rule. And then, on April 16th, he did it. Out of nowhere, somebody had just saved the 1-2 frame rule. Who was the runner? Well, you might have heard of him before. On April 16th, Andrew G became the first player to save the frame rule in 1-2. He mastered the 1-frame A-press, the clip into the pipe, and the movement in the warp zone. He was also always able to get proper subpixels for the clip by avoiding slowing down for even a single frame in the rest of the stage. 1-2 was now the 4th stage to reach perfection. That made it just 3 stages where the perfect frame rule hadn't been matched. The problem, of course, was that these 3 stages went way beyond the difficulty of the first 4. You had the task-like movement needed in 4-2, the fast acceleration and flagpole glitch needed in 8-1, and the frame-perfect everything needed in 8-2. None of these stages were viable. At least, not without some help. But in early 2018, that's exactly what the community would get. A setup to make one of these stages at least a little bit more reasonable. And once again, it came from a familiar face. It's time to visit an old friend. This is 420 Blaze It. 420 Blaze It is best known for creating a 4-2 wall clip setup for any percent runs. He's a tasser who's adept at coming up with human viable setups for hard tricks. This time he was looking at 8-1, and in November 2017, he posted a video of a possible way to save the 8-1 frame rule. The start of the stage featured a fast acceleration. This was still incredibly hard. For the flagpole glitch at the end, however, he jumped off of this step, very briefly tapped left in the air, and clipped into the block. The left tap was slight enough that Mario never actually slowed down, but significant enough that it changed his subpixel value to allow for the clip. This was still super hard, as it featured jumping for 1 frame less than a full jump and an incredibly precise tap of the left button, but at the very least it showed the trick was humanly possible. The next step was getting a human to perform it, and in March 2018, Stuck in a Plate wanted to be the first. Plate is an incredibly talented speedrunner, the record holder in Ghosts and Goblins, top 10 in Ninja Gaiden, and in March 2018 he was 4th place in Super Mario Bros. He had the platforming expertise needed to pull this off, but first he wanted to find a way to make the subpixel manipulation a bit easier. So, he spent 12 hours straight working on it. In the end, he realized that the left press could be done during any jump in the level and still work, and a small jump off the top step would work to clip into the block. Those 2 steps made the no slowdown flagpole glitch easier. So, he started doing attempts to get the full level, and about 20 minutes later, he did this. That was the 5th stage down. In a year and a half, the community had gone from this to this. The flagpole glitch, pipe clips, and fast accelerations were each revolutionary in their own way. 2 stages left. So close to perfection. The community was on a roll. But suddenly, that roll stopped. A year came and went without any new improvements. 2019 came around, with 4.2 and 8.2 still remaining unsolved. Remember, these two stages were essentially believed to be impossible to get the perfect frame rule on. In 4.2, you'd have to figure out a faster way to get Mario forward on the screen, combined with task-like movement in the warp zone. And in 8.2, you needed sheer perfection from start to finish. Perfection that would even be harder than 8-1. 8.2 in particular was believed to be the hardest frame rule to save in the entire game. And it makes sense why. The frame rule had 0 frames to spare and had several nearly impossible tricks throughout. A certain other speedrunning YouTuber even told 7.5 million people that the perfect 8.2 frame rule was impossible.
It can be ruled out.
You had a fast acceleration, a jump with multiple frame perfect inputs, and a frame perfect bullet bill glitch. It was believed that getting all of these tricks in a row to save the frame rule on the last possible frame was humanly impossible. But it turns out, this belief was sort of unfounded, for the simple reason that nobody had really tried to do it before. There was just a perception that they would all be too difficult for a human to chain together. That perception made sense, but by 2019, somebody decided they might as well try. And who better to do that than 420 Blazeit? In July 2019, Blazeit started to create a proof of concept for 8.2. He used a save state before the fast acceleration, a save state before the plant jump, and a save state before the bullet bill glitch to try and see if he could save the frame rule. And it took him a lot of attempts, but with 3 save states to use, he was actually able to get it. There were a lot of frame perfect inputs, but practice eventually led to him getting them all. Blazeit mentioned that the plant jump in particular was incredibly hard, but with enough tries he was even able to make it past that. So once again, Blazeit had proven that a task frame rule could be saved. The misconception had been broken. The only thing left was somebody pulling it off in real time. Back in 2016, when the flagpole glitch setups were first discovered, the community looked toward the world record holder to pull them off first. By 2019, the record holder had changed, but the principle had stayed the same. The person who put attempts in to save the 8.2 frame rule was the best player the game had. The world record holder, Taven Webb.
I got it. I think I got it. We did it. We got it. We freaking did it already.
And just like that, another stage down. Celebration rang out amongst the community. Funnily enough, players would later discover that Taven actually didn't have to be frame perfect to save this frame rule. With a perfect fast acceleration, he actually had a frame of wiggle room. Thanks to Blazeit and Taven's combined efforts, there was now just one more frame rule to be saved. 4-2. This last frame rule was really quite different from all the others that came before it. As explained before, to get the wrong warp to work, you need to push Mario forward on the screen at least 20 pixels. That would allow you to reach this pipe with the warp zone still loaded, since the screen is further back than Mario is. The key to doing this trick fast was figuring out how to get Mario forward by 20 pixels as quickly as possible. There were 2 main methods for humans. One was a wall clip discovered by 420 Blazeit, where you tap left to clip into the wall and get pushed forward by 20 pixels. The other was 2 backwards bumps discovered by Andrew G, each potentially pushing Mario 10 pixels to make the wrong warp possible. The wall clip method from Blazeit, even if optimally performed, was a few frames too slow to save the frame rule. The 2 bump method, on the other hand, was slightly faster, and in September 2018, runner King of Johnny Boy proved that by doing everything perfectly down to the frame, you could make the fastest frame roll with no time to spare. However, that entailed getting 10 pixels from each bump, doing extremely difficult inputs and getting proper subpixels and subspeed to stop on the pipe perfectly, doing a double fast acceleration in the warp zone to save an additional frame, and once again a combination of perfect inputs and subpixels to turn around perfectly. This combination was magnitudes of difficulties higher than any other stage. Simply put, it wasn't happening. Later on that month, however, Happy Lee showed an alternative method that was a bit faster. It involved clipping into the top brick of the wall and jumping out of it to get back up to speed faster. However, this trick was incredibly hard too, as you had to slow down as you jumped to avoid hitting this block, then speed back up by pressing right, then finally tap left again to clip into the wall. Once in the wall, you had to do multiple frame perfect inputs to get out of it with maximum speed. People tried this trick, but it too wasn't happening. Small improvements would be made to both the 2-bump and top wall clip methods, and players tried both, but had little success being fast enough to save the frame roll. 2019 came around, and then 2020. Nothing. This was the one level that couldn't be solved. And then someone had an idea. In June 2020, a third method for possibly saving the frame roll was found. At first, it was brushed off as just another hopeless possibility. But as time went on, runners realized that this method was something different. It was really hard, of course it was, but it gave just enough wiggle room to make it doable. And this is what it looked like. It started with an 11 pixel bump from the elevator. It's normally next to impossible to get 11 pixels from a backwards bump like this, but by manipulating both your subpixel and subspeed values with a precise input combination, you could reliably get 11 pixels. You could then get the remaining 9 pixels from doing a backwards wall jump off of this pipe. The wall jump is a glitch where if you hit a specific pixel in a wall between 2 blocks, the game thinks Mario is standing for exactly 1 frame. If you jump on that frame, you can jump off of the wall without hitting the ground. That meant it had to be both a pixel perfect jump into the wall and a frame perfect jump to execute the wall jump. But if both of those were pulled off, you could get the second backwards bump off of the pipe. Quickly entering the pipe also involves subspeed manipulation and more precision from your inputs. Of course, in the warp zone itself, you'd have to do another fast acceleration and a quick turnaround into the pipe. But the method in the underground section was possible. This strategy was once again discovered by King of Johnny Boy, and it was a big one. A few people tried to get this frame rule in late 2020 and early 2021, but the front runner was a player named Nifsky, the second place runner and former world record holder. He had the strategy, he just had to pull it off, and the last frame rule would be saved. It was time to make history.
And where's my 11 pixels at command? Oh my gosh! Please! Please! Yes! 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 Oh my god! I did it! Let's freaking go! Oh my god! I can't believe it!
Nifsky had just saved the last frame rule for an any % speedrun of Super Mario Bros. After half a decade of collaboration from the community, it was impossible to save another frame on any level. Absolute perfection.
We are tied with every frame rule all the way up until 8-4.
Well, until 8-4, that is. 8-4 is the last level in Super Mario Bros., and it's unique because, as mentioned before, it doesn't operate on the frame rule system. The timing ends on the exact frame when Mario touches the axe at the end, which isn't tied to a frame rule. That means that to be perfect in 8-4, you have to actually play the stage perfectly down to the frame. There's no being close enough. It's the only level in Super Mario Bros. That works like that. The stage itself is broken down into 5 rooms. A starting room where you simply run to the end and go in the pipe. The next room where you have to do a wall jump off of a pipe to make it in fast. The turnaround room where you have to do a wrong warp by scrolling the screen to load the next zone, then turning around to go in a pipe quickly. A water room where you have to swim to the end, and finally the last room where you jump past Bowser to touch the axe. There's a lot that goes into this to do it quickly, but all the way back in November 2013, Cosmic submitted one of the earliest 8-4 records. It was quite impressive for the time, and there were even people that thought it might be the closest 8-4 would ever be to perfect. Even Cosmic himself thought that, titling the video "The Closest 8-4 Will Ever Be to Perfect." That was a bold move. But this was a really good 8-4. He started off the first room with a fast acceleration, then dashed into the pipe. In the wall jump room, he did a frame-perfect jump to avoid slowing down or hitting a pipe, then did the frame-perfect, pixel-perfect wall jump facing backwards to accelerate faster. In the turnaround room, he only scrolled the screen 1 pixel past where he had to do the wrong warp. In the water section, he managed to navigate Mario almost perfectly between the ground and the fire bars, losing just 1 frame on the exit by touching the ground a frame too early. And in the last room, he ran under Bowser to finish it off. Adding this 8-4 onto the perfect first 7 stages that would be achieved years later put the human sum of best at 454.71. Remember, the theoretical limit was 454.26, meaning there was a 0.45 difference in 8-4. Less than half a second from perfection. But was Cosmic right? Was this the best 8-4 possible? No. No, it was not. A couple years later, Cosmic beat his own record and lowered the time down to 454.56. The key was fast accelerations. Back in 2013, Cosmic was under the impression that a fast acceleration could only save 1 frame, but by 2016, the community had gained the knowledge that if performed optimally in the first room and turnaround room, it could save up to 5 frames in each spot. That's what Cosmic did, as well as adding 1 into the wall jump room to save up to another 2 frames. This time would later be tied by Stuck in a Plate, but a little over a year later, Cosmic lowered it even more, 454.53, creeping ever closer to perfection. Most future records from here on out were played on a ROM hack that gave information about your pace on the top of the screen. However, no gameplay was modified, so it's legal. Once again, the time save came from improving the fast accelerations. It was really hard to save 5 frames with each, but Cosmic was able to get closer. Eddie Cat Gaming tied this time a few months later, before GTAce lowered it by 1 frame. 454.51, just a quarter of a second away. But at this point, 8-4 was getting really optimized. The fast accelerations, the perfect movement, everything was either perfect or a frame away from perfect. Where did the rest of the difference come from? Well, other than a frame here and there from tighter execution, double fast accelerations were part of the key. If performed in the turnaround room properly, doing another fast acceleration immediately after the first would bring Mario up to speed 1 frame faster. However, this involves extremely quick switches from left to right on the D-pad. You have to be holding right, tap left and A for 1 frame, then switch to right again. It's much more difficult than a normal fast acceleration. Similar was the falling fast acceleration, where you accelerate facing backwards off a ledge to save an additional frame. 4 frames in total could be saved with these double fast accelerations, but as nobody had even pulled off one once, they were ruled out as being TAS only. But there was one other fast acceleration players could try. Since you have to quickly get back up to speed after turning around in the turnaround room, it was possible to do a fast acceleration there. Similarly to the other double fast accelerations, this trick required super quick and precise inputs. But the main benefit of this trick was if performed optimally, it could save up to 5 frames. For years, the world's best players tried saving time with it, but weren't able to. It was always slower than normal. That is, until Tavenweb tried it in 2019. Taven decided to try messing around with the impossible double fast acceleration, and to everyone's surprise, he was actually able to get it. He found himself saving multiple frames with it on good attempts, and for a while, he was the only one able to do so. This opened the door to push the record much lower. If Taven could get it in a good run, a lot of time could come off. How far could he close the gap?
Yes! I tied it. I tied the record. Yes! That's it. Yes! Oh my goodness. That's it. Oh my gosh.
The time was now 454.39. Taven had lowered the gap to just 8 frames. That was the difference between humans and perfection in Super Mario Bros. He was more than 1/10 of a second ahead of anybody else on the leaderboard. Pure domination. The only time save Taven was going for that he didn't get was a single frame in the wall jump room. He was perfect everywhere else. And with the other double fast accelerations being out of reach, it's no surprise that this record stood for a long, long time. Finally, by May 2020, someone was able to do it. Kriller was a Super Mario Bros. Tasser and individual level specialist, and he had had a plethora of runs make it deep into 8-4 that barely died. But on May 7th, he managed to tie Taven to the frame. And crazily enough, even though it took 15 months for somebody to tie the record, it would just take a few hours for the next person to tie it.
I got it! Oh my god! I can't believe it!
This made it a 3-way tie between Taven, Kriller, and Niftsky. And ultimately, Niftsky would be the one to break it, lowering the time to 454.38. He got every frame he wanted to through the water section, so he was able to omit the last fast acceleration. GT Ace would later tie this time, so the very next day, Niftsky beat him by adding back in the fast acceleration in the final room, 454.36. And when Velxino tied this time a month later, Niftsky responded by squeezing out one more frame from the turnaround room to take it to 454.34. At 454.34, players were presented with a unique problem. They were starting to run out of frames to save. They were just 5 frames away from perfection. The problem was where these frames were located. One frame was from a falling fast acceleration in the first room. One was from a falling fast acceleration in the wall jump room. 2 were from a double fast acceleration and perfect movement in the turnaround room. And 1 was from a falling fast acceleration in the final room. 5 frames. All of them were from doing TAS fast accelerations. humans couldn't do those, so the 8-4 record seemed to be at its limit. Well, one thing was clear. The only path forward was to try doing these fast accelerations. Nobody had ever been able to do one before, so they appeared to be impossible. But in the past 5 years, players had done so much on other levels. Clipping into walls, doing flagpole glitches, doing fast accelerations. At points in time, all of those tricks were thought to be impossible too. After half a decade of this, the Super Mario Bros. Community had made one thing very clear. Nothing was impossible.
Oh wait, I might get this. I got it! I got it with both fast accels.
Yes! 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 Eat it! Yes! Yes! Oh my gosh! Yes! Yes! I really got it! Let's go!
This is the current human sum of best. We are 2 frames away from completely running out of time to save in Super Mario Bros. A 30th of a second is what stands in the way between humans and perfection. Of the 2 remaining frames, one is in the turnaround room for manipulating subspeed and playing perfectly. It's extremely difficult, but there's no doubt this frame will be saved in a run one day, lowering the sum of best to 454.28. As for the last frame, it's in the first room from performing a falling fast acceleration. However, there are serious doubts as to whether or not this one is humanly possible. Not because of its precision or difficulty, but because we don't know if human fingers can actually move fast enough to do this. You have to release right for only 1 frame, then quickly repress it, tap left for 1 frame, and go back to holding right. It's never been pulled off at full speed before, but it's theorized that this trick would be easier on keyboard than with the controller, which would likely create a big controversy in the future. But that's it. Outside of those 2 frames, humans have solved Super Mario Bros. That's a rare accomplishment in speedrunning. It might shortly be impossible to save any more time, and the only thing that can stop that is a new time save. A new frame roll hasn't been found in Super Mario Bros. In over 10 years now, which is pretty incredible, but that doesn't mean there are for sure none left. The secrets to saving time might still be out there. We just have to find them. And maybe, just maybe, a 453 is in Super Mario Bros.' future. Thanks for watching. Mario Kart Wii has a strange problem. This problem has nothing to do with the gameplay, the graphics, the music, or anything like that. No, the problem is with the game's mechanics. Many tracks allow you to do large skips and still have the lap count. A common definition was made for all of these shortcuts: the Ultra Shortcut. For the past decade, players have worked with each other to discover as many Ultra Shortcuts as possible. This is the story of those players and their journey to break Mario Kart Wii as much as they can. Mario Kart Wii was released in April 2008. As with all Mario Kart games before it, you could play time trials to improve your fastest times on each course. Mario Kart Wii had a brilliant feature that made it so easy to share your fastest times with others. You could upload your best times as ghosts and anybody could view or race against it. This, combined with the growing popularity of internet forums and YouTube, meant that the Mario Kart Wii time trial scene exploded right out of the gate. Hundreds of players would lower the world records down for each of the 32 courses in the game. Small corner cuts won't be featured in this video, like Bowser's Castle, Bowser's Castle 3, DK Mountain, and Desert Hills, since they don't quite fit the definition of an ultra shortcut. These are nothing like what was about to be discovered. A couple of months after the game was released, something huge was found. It was a shortcut that would go on to be one of the most famous in the entire Mario Kart franchise, and you might have heard about it before. It shook the internet when it was discovered, with video after video appearing with it on YouTube. This is the Grumble Volcano Ultra Shortcut. Someone named Ridley discovered that after driving around the track, you can line yourself up just right, use a mushroom, and launch off of these blocks to land on the rock formation to the left of the finish line. This rock formation would then act as a mini version of the whole track. If you simply drove around it, the game would count it as a lap being driven. A couple of different methods of getting on this rock would be discovered. The first was going backwards right as the race began to respawn right behind the blocks you could jump off of. This method wasn't too fast, since you would fall in the lava and getting picked up by Lakitu took a lot of time. So that's where the second method came in. You could boost to your left right as the race began, jump off of the road at a perfect angle, and land on the rock formation straight away. It took less than 10 seconds to drive a lap on this rock, so that meant that people were finishing the course in under 30 seconds. Now, there's something that I haven't mentioned yet. Everything that I just described was discovered on the same day. On that magical day, June 1st, 2008, the world record was lowered 18 times. If you were around playing Mario Kart Wii on that day, you had a realistic chance of snagging a world record for your own. Just a few of those 18 world records have surviving videos. A 1:26 from Alvin from literally minutes after the trick was originally discovered, a 35-second time from Alvin from a few hours later, and a couple of times in the 20-second range from Fujimasa and Yeoman. These times only stood for a couple of hours, or even just a few minutes, before being lowered by somebody else later that same day. At the time of discovery, this trick was very poorly understood. Everybody knew how to get to the rock formation, but the way you drove around it had to be strangely precise. You had to go forward past the finish line on the rock to trigger the start of the lap, and you also had to go slightly out of your way to pass over this ridge on the other side. Nobody knew exactly why, but it was theorized that it had to do with invisible checkpoints that you had to cross for a lap to count. All that really mattered though was that the trick worked. Years later, small optimizations were found, such as using a mushroom earlier on lap 3, and weaving around the rock at the start to launch up faster. After a battle between King Alex and Niyaki, the record would eventually go under 20 seconds, which is where the record is today, an 18-second time from Niyaki. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. As of June 2008, this was the only game-breaking shortcut in Mario Kart Wii. Shortcuts like this that cut out nearly all of the track were rare in most Mario Kart games, with Mario Kart 64 being the only real exception to that rule.
And then I hit it. I was like, whoa!
Rumble Volcano is just an anomaly, but it wouldn't take long until the next one was discovered. Just 3 weeks after Grumble Volcano's trick was found, Mushroom Gorge was broken in a similar way. And this shortcut too is one of the most iconic in any Mario Kart game. The earliest video footage of this trick comes from a Japanese player with the username Green Bean. You start the race, drive forwards a bit, turn around, and boost off of a trampoline mushroom that you could bounce off of. If you angle your vehicle back while in the air, you're then able to ride along the mountainside, go above the finish line, drop down behind it, and cross it to finish a lap. This works because of a bug with the trampoline mushroom. The momentum you have from bouncing off of the mushroom is locked in place unless you specifically hit the ground. If you instead hit a wall, your momentum is still preserved, and if it's angled the right way, like this mountainside just so happens to be, your momentum is converted to allow you to ride up it. Later optimizations for this trick included the cookie strat of dropping down closer to the finish line, using the quacker because its hitbox lets it turn in different ways while hitting the mountain to maneuver more effectively, using motion controls to get a better range of motion while on the mountain, and Sam F's discovery that you could stay on the mountain for the entire first lap. But once again, just like with Grumble volcano, the inner workings of this trick were a mystery. The game should have been able to recognize that a full lap hadn't been driven, and it shouldn't have given you credit for the lap. You just went from in front of the finish line to right behind it. Why was it all possible? That was the question on one guy's mind, Mr. Bean 35,000 VR. After theorizing the basics of the checkpoint system, and testing it with speed hacks to make him fly farther out of bounds on Wario's gold mine, Mr. Bean had proven himself to be correct. This is what he figured out. Get ready everyone, you're about to earn a degree in Mario Kart Wii checkpoints. Mario Kart Wii breaks up each track into a series of invisible checkpoints. There's regular checkpoints, key checkpoints, and a starting line. This is a map of Wario's gold mine, with the checkpoints all drawn in. The regular checkpoints are in blue. They're just used so Lakitu knows where to place you if you go off the map. You can pretty much completely ignore these ones. The starting line is here in purple, and the key checkpoints are in red. They are the important ones, since the game wants you to drive through all of these before giving you credit for a lap. The starting line also sort of acts as a key checkpoint, which you'll see in a minute. Each of these isn't actually a line, but a box that extends forward from the line to the next checkpoint. If your cart touches anywhere in the box, then you've reached that checkpoint. The game updates which key checkpoint region you were last in as you drive around the course, which I'll represent with a number up in the corner. If your position is here, for example, this number will be 0. If you then drive across key checkpoint 1, your number will be updated to 1 until you cross another key checkpoint. As I mentioned before, Mario Kart Wii wants you to drive through all key checkpoints before counting a lap, but it doesn't actually keep track of which ones you've driven through. Instead, it uses a couple of rules. Rule number 1. Your key checkpoint region must be updated to the one right before the finish line before you cross it in order for the lap to count. In this case, it must be region number 4. And rule number 2. The only key region checkpoints that are loaded are the region you're in, the one immediately after you, and if you happen to be in the key checkpoint box of the region, then the key checkpoint region immediately behind you will be loaded as well. And for all of the regions that are not loaded, which for region 2 would be region 4 and region 0, the game will simply not update your position when you drive through them. This works pretty well most of the time. For example, if you're in key checkpoint region 2 and do a large skip that goes past region 3 so you never touch it, then when you drive through region 4, your position won't be updated since region 4 is not yet loaded. The number will still be 2. So, when you cross the finish line, because this number is not 4, your lap will not be counted. This leads to a bit of a problem. What if you're in region 0, then go backwards across the finish line, hit checkpoint 4, then drive forwards again? Would the game award you a lap when you cross the finish line forwards once more? No, it wouldn't, because the developers had another system to account for this. The game would subtract a lap from you if you cross the finish line backwards, and automatically put your region at the last key checkpoint. Pokemon. For the past 20 years, it's been fascinating both kids and adults who have spent hours and hours trying to catch them all. In North America, the series started in 1998 on the original Game Boy with Pokemon Red and Blue. And since then, a subset of gamers have been obsessed with trying to beat that game as fast as humanly possible. Hundreds have tried, but only a few have risen to the top as the fastest people to ever speedrun Pokemon. Let's see how we got there. This is the world record progression of Pokemon Red and Blue. The true origin of Pokemon Red and Blue speedruns can be traced back to the mid-2000s. There's a guy named Jacob McMillan who seemed to have full control of any percent glitchless runs of the game back in 2008. He did a run in 2 hours and 39 minutes, before eventually lowering it to 2.5 hours flat. However, we're not going to be looking deeply at these runs today, since they weren't nearly as optimized as the run I'm about to show you. Let's move a few years later. This particular run of Pokemon Glitchless was done by a fairly well-known runner. His name is Worcester, and on November 14th, 2011, he completed the first really optimized speedrun of Pokemon Blue, 1 hour and 58 minutes. Let's see how he did it. So, Worcester had the choice of picking from Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle as his starter Pokemon. He ended up going with Squirtle. He's the only water type of the three, and the first of the 8 gym leaders that Worcester would encounter, Brock, was rock type. Since water type Pokemon are super effective against rock type, this meant he could easily breeze through the start of the game to level Squirtle up for later. Worcester's general strategy throughout this run was to just make it through the game while doing the minimum that was required. Rather than waste time trying to capture other Pokemon and trying to level them up to use their moves, for the most part he simply rode Squirtle throughout the entire game, going to each of the 8 gyms, then fighting the Elite Four. In addition, he played on Pokemon Blue instead of Pokemon Red, because Pokemon Blue gives you a higher chance of getting Sandshrew after Mount Moon. Sandshrew has the ability Cut, which lets you cut down a tree blocking the way to Surge's gym, allowing you to continue progressing through the game. Worcester was also careful to name all Pokemon, players, and rivals just one character. This way, whenever their name scrolled on screen, it would take less time to type it out. While this may not seem like much of a time save, it adds up over the course of a run. And finally, he was also looking for the diversification values, or DVs, assigned to Squirtle. You see, once the game begins, it randomly assigns values to 4 statistics for your starter Pokemon: attack, defense, speed, and special, on a scale from 0 to 15. Ideally, you would want these values to be as close to 15 as possible, as the higher the value is, the higher the possible value you can reach for that stat. If Worcester got bad DVs, he would just reset the game and try again for better ones. It was worth restarting a run right away than attempting to play it out with bad stats. All of this careful planning awarded Worcester a time far ahead of any other Pokemon Red and Blue speedrunner. McMillan's run looked so much slower in comparison, and it was clear to everyone that Worcester was the dominant Pokemon Blue speedrunner. And as it usually goes with speedrunners, the dominant runner tends to hold on to their record for a very long time. Like I mentioned before, Worcester got his 158, which was the time that the game gave you at the end after completing the game, in November 2011. Well, all of 2012 came and went, and neither he nor anybody else could beat it. But by early 2013, Worcester was back to doing attempts again, this time on his Twitch page, twitch.tv/Worcester, so that people could watch him do his attempts live. And he had a new trick up his sleeve: Red Bar. See, whenever your health gets low during a battle, under about 20%, your Pokemon's health bar turns red and the game plays this constant beeping noise throughout the battle. It was basically the game's way of grabbing your attention and saying, you better be careful, you don't have much health left and you can die easily. It turns out this beeping noise has a convenient side effect for speedrunners. There's normally long sound effects and animations that play whenever you gain moves or level up. The red bar beeping noise overlaps these sound effects and makes them not play, speeding every fight up. So ideally, Worcester would get Squirtle down to low health, at that health for as long as he could do, and get as many benefits as possible from Red Bar. The problem was, he was often one attack away from dying when under the effects of Red Bar, so there was no real consistent way to set it up repeatedly throughout the run. And ultimately, he was hardly able to use Red Bar at all in this run, only in a couple of places, but partially thanks to a really strong early game, it was still enough to push down the record 1 more minute, to 1 hour and 57 seconds. This time streamed live for the world to see. By the way, the splits you see on the side were for real time, to give everyone watching an idea if he was on a good or a bad pace. The time that runners were actually paying attention to in the end was the in-game time at the end of the game.
157. Did you get it? Congratulations, man.
And I got trips on my money.
Good.
So by this point, Worcester had had the record for close to a year and a half, without anybody being able to challenge him. His method of taking Squirtle and running with him just wasn't working for anybody else. Well, if people couldn't outplay him just yet, maybe somebody could out-strategize him. This is extra tricky.
Ah, 2-0. Damn it.
Extra Tricky decided to start with Squirtle, just like Worcester, because he could quickly get through the first gym with him. However, instead of ignoring all other Pokemon, he captured one, Nidoran. He then proceeded to use him and level him up until he evolved into Nidoking. Nidoking was really overpowered. He has strong stats, can use moves like Thrash and Horn Drill to quickly take down enemies, and was effective against most other types of Pokemon. Most importantly though, he was a lot more effective than Squirtle.
159! Yes! I got 159.
This meant a couple of things for Extra Tricky. The first being that he had to play on Pokemon Red instead of Pokemon Blue. Pokemon Red gives you a 30% chance of encountering a male Nidoran, which is needed to evolve into Nidoking, versus Pokemon Blue's 5% chance.
158. Alright. But 157 definitely going to come. Definitely will come.
The second thing it meant was that the run was faster now, right? Well, not exactly. Yes, Nidoking was an extremely powerful Pokemon, but it took time to capture him in the first place and level him up to where he needed to be. It wasn't clear back then if Worcester's Blue Squirrel route or the new Red and Nidoking route was faster. Nonetheless, Extra Tricky began doing runs of Pokemon Red with the new route. He did his runs on emulator, which I'm sure won't cause any controversy later or anything. And as you've seen from these clips, he was slowly closing in on Worcester's record of 157.
Yes! I got it! Yes! 157!
Well, there we go. 157. Somebody had finally caught up to Worcester. If nothing else, it proved that this Nidoking route could compete with the Squirtle route, and that even though he had ran the game for so long, it wasn't impossible to compete against Worcester. So then we go into June 2013. And honestly, this was one of the greatest months of speedrunning for a game that I've ever heard of. It all started on June 16th. Extra Tricky was on a run with the Nidoking route that, as you could see from his splits, was a minute ahead of the record. That meant that if he finished this run, it would probably be a minute ahead of the 157, and he would get a 156. Everything had gone smoothly, but then...
No! It didn't fucking press left! Fuck. What does this guy have? I pressed left. What the hell? What does he have? What does he have?
He was trying to avoid this encounter with a trainer. In general, you want to avoid all encounters that are unnecessary, since you gain nothing valuable from them and they waste time. Extra Tricky was attempting to sidestep around him and stay out of his sight, but he accidentally messed up his movements and forced an encounter with him. In all, it wasted about a minute, essentially erasing his lead and leaving him with yet another tied world record of 157. So that was June 16th, and this is what happened the next day, June 17th. This is Bees. You may not have heard of him before, I haven't mentioned him before this point, but you can see from his twitch.tv highlights page that he started streaming his runs sometime in early 2013, finishing runs a little bit over 2 hours long. And after playing more over the following months, boom, he got the record. He used the same Red Nidoking route that Extra Tricky had used, played really well, and it paid off for him. He was a full minute ahead of anybody else. 2 days later, June 19th, Extra Tricky did more attempts to get the record back. He had this run that was looking really good at the start. In fact, it was good enough to probably be the best pace he had ever been on. Then, he entered into Mount Moon. I mentioned before that you wanted to minimize unnecessary encounters since you gain nothing from them. You're at a large risk of getting some random encounters in Mount Moon, and you're usually going to end up with a handful of them in an average run. But on this particular run, Extra Tricky got 18 random encounters.
Mount Moon entrance, that's approximately as good as my best ever. Fuck. And also do the last. Ah, this encounter rate is complete garbage. And I have the goods. Oh. This is stupid. What?
He lost 3 minutes, putting him at 2.5 minutes behind overall. Remarkably though, he didn't give up. He kept going and started to bring the run back. On the Misty split, he got 3 critical hits, saving him a turn for each one. Since he defeated them quicker, this meant he didn't have to go into the menu to heal before Misty.
Hello, crit.
All of this saved around 35 seconds. In his old personal best, on the Poke-Flute split, he hit himself in confusion, so he had to heal while he kept getting thrashed. This run, he was able to avoid that, and he picked up 40 more seconds there. Luckily, he also got incredibly good DVs on his Nidoking this run, so he was able to defeat opponents a little bit quicker and picked up seconds in many of the splits late in the game. But the icing on the cake was the fact that the splits he was up against were the ones I mentioned before with the accidental encounter in the final split. He was able to successfully sidestep around the trainer this time, and with that, he closed out one of the all-time greatest comebacks in speedrunning history.
BAM! BAM! Yes! 156. BAM!
This run proved how much potential the category still had. Extra Tricky had gotten 156, but still lost multiple minutes early in the game. He mentioned in the description of that video that a 155, or maybe even a 154, might be possible. So who was going to be the one to take it that low? Now that Extra Tricky and Bees were tied for the record, and had been going back and forth with it for a couple of months, it might have seemed like the Pokemon Red route with Nidoking was the definitively better option if one was to go for a time that low. But Worcester proved all who may have thought that wrong. Just 10 days after Extra Tricky's 156, Worcester was doing attempts of the game with Squirtle on Pokemon Blue, and he got on a really good run.
155.
Yeah?
Yep. Awesome. Awesome.
Once again, the record had fallen back into Worcester's hands. He was the only top-level runner still playing on Pokemon Blue, but that wasn't an issue for him at all. He didn't care that he was the only person not getting Nidoking. He was still able to beat the others anyway. Well, except for the fact that the day after Worcester got this run, Extra Tricky got a 155 on Pokemon Red.
155. Oh yeah. Now the world record is tied again.
A month later, Bees got himself a 155 on Pokemon Red as well. And what happened from August 2013 through December 2013 was pretty great. 4 separate runners were able to get a 154. Already established runner Extra Tricky was the first to get it, once again using the Pokemon Red Nidoking route. Over the following months, runners Mounts Bank and J Payne Train were able to achieve a 154 on Pokemon Red as well. And yes, Worcester too was able to get a 154 on Pokemon Blue with Squirtle. I'm not going to go into great detail for any of these 4 runs. They were essentially just better versions of the 155 that had come immediately prior. Better DVs, fewer random encounters, utilizing Red Bar more, that sort of stuff. I'm going to go off on a really quick tangent here. In late 2013, it was around the same time that people began running a new category of Pokemon Red and Blue known as glitched single segment. Every run I've talked about up to this point, and every run I will be talking about after this point, is from a category known as any % glitchless, meaning that you can beat the game as fast as you can without using any glitches. Glitched single segment, on the other hand, allowed you to use glitches, walking through walls, skipping gym leaders, things like that. This category originally let you beat the game in about an hour, and has since been pushed down to under 20 minutes. But that's a progression for another day. Now, we had these 4 runners, each with a 154. Who would be the first to break the tie? Would it be Extra Tricky with his experience with the Nidoking route? Would it be one of the 2 newcomers? Or would it be Worcester with his Pokemon Blue Squirtle route? Well, it was indeed one of the newcomers, Mounts Bank. He got a 153 in December 2013, but sadly for us, it seems the video for this run doesn't exist anymore. All that's really known about it is he played on Pokemon Red with the Nidoking route and finished with the 153 as the in-game time at the end. A few months later though, in March 2014, Worcester more or less put the world of Pokemon Red Blue speedrunning on its head.
151. Wow.
So how in the world was a 151 possible? The key was a route that Mountbank had discovered a few months prior. You play on Pokemon Red, start with Squirtle, and then get Nidoking just like the old runs. Unlike the old runs, however, when you fight Koga, Weezing does a self-destruct attack. This causes both Nidoking and Koga to die, but Nidoking gets revived with low health because you use rare candies. And you know what it means when you have low health. You get Red Bar. Once you had Red Bar, you could hang on to it while you one-hit KO'd most Pokemon until Bruno. This consistent method of getting Red Bar and hanging onto it for an extended period of time was enough to save somewhere between 1.5 and 2 minutes. Nobody ended up getting a run with the Koga Red Bar strategy until Worcester did, so once he finally pulled off the run, it was record by 2 full minutes. The 151 stood unchallenged for a few months, but on July 9th, 2014, a video popped up on YouTube. Pokemon Red any percent glitchless in 150 by somebody named Exarion. Nobody had heard of Exarion before. Worcester, Extra Tricky, Mountbank, none of them had any idea who he was. He didn't have any videos on YouTube before this one. The run was clearly done on an emulator, which is allowed, but historically whenever a speedrun pops up out of nowhere like this, it's usually fake. So when this run was posted, many dismissed it in the same way. But there was also no proof that the run wasn't legitimate either. The top level runners agreed that everything appeared to be in order, and they figured that it probably was a real run. Exarion himself seemed to be very knowledgeable about the game as well, going as far as posing his own commentary over the run.
Dying unless you're in like a really high Red Bar. Or heal and give the Bellsprout a turn. And the Bellsprout has Wrap.
It was just so difficult to tell for sure if the run was cheated or not, since when you play Pokemon on an emulator, there's no way to tell if it was tool assisted or not. Tool assisted speedruns are when you enter an emulator and manually tell the game what inputs will be pushed on each frame all the way through the game to create a perfect, or near perfect, speedrun. This can help you both manipulate randomness and execute everything perfectly. The run was reluctantly put up on the official Pokemon Red and Blue leaderboards after a while, but it was quite a controversial decision. Nowadays, we know for a fact that this run was 100% legitimate, and as you'll soon see, Exarion went on to be a very respected runner. But back in 2014, this run was so debated that it led to a severe rule change for the leaderboards that December. Any run of Pokemon Red and Blue that would be considered an official world record had to be run on a console instead of an emulator, so no tool-assisted runs could be passed off as legitimate. This rule put the leaderboards in an incredibly strange position. Top runners of the game had been doing their world record runs on emulator for over a year at that point. That meant that the new official world record defaulted to a 154 that Worcester had decided to do on console just for the heck of it in April 2014. So all of a sudden, the world record once again had an incredible time save potential. We knew from Exarion's run that a 150 was possible, so Worcester and Exarion each took their turns taking the world record back to where it needed to be in September 2014.
Would have been a better run than this. I'm like really happy with that though. Like that's just because like second full run on console.
Gonna save me. 151. 151. Yes. Very nice. Very nice.
It's what I needed. Oh man.
To push the run to 149, however, would take the help of some more work from Exarion. He made this incredibly extensive Google document that detailed different ways to play out the end of the game depending on what DVs your Nidoking had. Depending on your attack, speed, and special values, it would tell you the optimal order to go through the last gyms, the order to use certain items, among a bunch of other things. So, more runs that made it deep late into the game now have potential to be a world record. This turned out to be the key that Exarion needed for a new world record. In January 2015, he became the first person to complete a sub 150 run of Pokemon Red.
Like, this is surreal. More than my original. It's not just that I got the 149, I played so solidly.
And he did play so solidly. His work making the spreadsheet paid off, and he finished off a run that wouldn't be challenged for a long time. In fact, 10 months passed without anybody being able to even tie Exarion's 149. But in November 2015, a Pokemon speedrunner by the name of Swap was in the middle of an any percent glitchless attempt of Pokemon Red. His personal best was around the 2-hour mark. Definitely not a world record contender, but a respected runner nonetheless. On this particular run, he entered into the bike shop and opened the bike shop menu, prepared to use a bike voucher. He realized that he didn't have a bike voucher to use, however, and continued playing through the game, lamenting over his mistake.
Wow. Yeah, I did just do that.
But something strange then happened. Every time after that point where text appeared on the screen for fights, it didn't have to type out like it normally did. Instead, it just appeared instantly. Swap had no idea what was going on.
I am so confused.
His chat had no idea what was going on, and nobody in the community had any idea what was going on. It was quickly figured out though. When you enter the bike shop menu, the game sets a flag for text to appear instantly. If you don't have a bike voucher and exit out of the menu, the game never gets rid of that flag. All text then appears instantly just like it would in the bike shop menu, and throughout the whole run, this saves about 1 to 1.5 minutes. A runner named Gunner Maniac used this trick to his advantage to get a 148 run in February 2016.
148.
But hang on a minute, remember what this category was called? Any percent glitchless. Was this instant text trick a glitch? Think about it, you were more or less making the game do something that it was not intended to do. But then again, all that was happening was the game not bothering to reset the flag. The player wasn't doing anything strange, it was the game doing something strange. The community debated this for a while before Gunner Maniac's run, ultimately deciding that it wasn't a glitch. But after Gunner Maniac's run, the topic was brought up again, and it was decided that the trick wasn't allowed for any percent glitchless. So, this 148 got reclassified into a new category called No Major Glitches, and the any percent glitchless record was still Exarion's 149 from 13 months prior. Ultimately though, Gunner Maniac would end up tying the 149 world record a few months later.
149, baby! Let's fucking go. We did it. World record. That's a world record tie with Exarion.
However, thanks to a run with a huge time save in Mount Moon due to very few random encounters, Exarion fired right back in August 2016 with an incredible 148.
We'll keep going for...
A couple of weeks after Exarion's run, a significant change was made to all Pokemon speedruns. Historically, every game in the franchise had their runs timed with the in-game timer at the end of the game. On August 18th, however, the community decided that all future runs of Pokemon would be timed with a traditional, real-time timer from start to finish. There were a few reasons for this decision. The first one was that the only reason Pokemon was ever timed with the in-game timer to begin with was because of old rules from the website Speed Demos Archive, where runners used to submit most of their speedruns for everyone. one to see them. Their rules said that if a game had an in-game timer, then all runs had to be submitted with that in-game time. Speed Demo's archive reasoning at the time was that an in-game timer would be more accurate than any external timing method, but this didn't always end up being true. So, most games communities, such as Super Metroid for instance, eventually abandoned this practice. Also, with the in-game timer, it was possible that a run could be nearly a minute faster than another run and still be tied with it. The 149 that Exarion and Gunner Maniac both got, for instance, it's possible that Exarion's 149 could have been a 148.31 in reality, while Gunner Maniac's could have been a 149.29. Both of these times would have been rounded to a 149, so even though Exarion's run was 58 seconds faster, the world record would have been tied. Exarion's 148 world record was actually a 150.31 in real time, since the in-game timer tended to report times as being a couple minutes faster than the game actually took due to load times. So now, the new time to beat was 150.31 instead of 148, and the key to beating that time lied within a trick that had been theoretically possible for a long time, but was about to have its door blown wide open. This trick was RNG manipulation. For anybody who may not know what RNG is, it stands for Random Number Generator, and it's essentially just a fancy way of saying luck. So, it's a way of manipulating the luck in the game to get exactly the stats or items that you need. The quickest and easiest way of explaining the RNG manipulation is that the way the game determines what RNG it will give you is from the instant you start up the Game Boy, the game tracks your inputs, and based on which buttons you're pressing when, it will change the RNG that you get. Over the course of an entire run, your inputs will vary drastically, so controlling the RNG this way seemed impossible. But, if you saved and quit the game right before a point where you wanted something, be it stats or an item, you could turn the Game Boy off to get rid of the inputs that were already tracked, then turn it on and do the exact few inputs you need to load into the game. Based on what these few inputs were, you could then control what RNG you get immediately upon returning to the game. These inputs were usually fairly simple, stuff like holding A while the game powers on, but the difficulty that prevented people from utilizing it for so many years was that you needed a frame-perfect A press to clear the save info box the frame after pressing continue. You have a 1/60th of a second timing window to do this, so doing it repeatedly whenever you wanted to manipulate RNG wasn't going to be too viable. But then, that same August, people noticed a video called Pokemon Blue in 69 A presses where somebody beat the game while only pressing the A button 69 times. And funnily enough, this person was able to just hold the A button down all the way through clearing the save info box. This oversight meant that there was no need to do a frame perfect A press, since you could just hold down the A button instead. Initially, players found 3 places where the RNG manipulation could definitely be helpful. While more places have been discovered since then, these 3 remain crucially important. Before Nidobush, you could save and quit to get a Nidoran with a good level and good DVs. In Mount's Moon, you can save and quit to skip all random encounters until Rocket. And finally, outside of Surge's gym, you could save and quit to manipulate which trash cans the 2 switches were under so you didn't have to waste time guessing. With these 3 new tricks, so much RNG and randomness was now taken out of the run. Using the RNG manipulation to his advantage, Exarion was able to get a run of 149.48 in September 2016. Then, in early 2017, Gunner Maniac once again beat Exarion with a 149.41. Interestingly, the in-game timer was a 147 in this run compared to a 146 in Exarion's run, but the in-game time didn't matter anymore. The record was still Gunner Maniac's. This brings us to the most recent world record, 148.50 by PokeGuy84 in June 2017. The large time save over the previous record mainly came from a different late game route that involves fighting Giovanni first and getting Earthquake later, so you skip having to fight an optional trainer. But lately, PokeGuy has been trying to push the record even farther by using a trick known as extended manipulation. Extended manipulation is essentially an extended version of RNG manipulation. Normally, you'd want to manipulate a Pidgey outside of Mount Moon so you can capture him by saving and quitting and performing the correct inputs to get back into the game to make him appear. But you also want to manipulate a Paris into appearing right after you get into Mount Moon so you can capture him as well. This would mean you would have to do 2 save and quits nearly back to back to perform 2 separate RNG manipulations. Turns out it's possible to play through the game from the Pidgey encounter until when you would need to do the Paris encounter with close enough inputs to still get the Paris to appear, without needing to do that second save and quit. But the amount of precise inputs you have to chain together is really difficult. In addition to the extended manipulation, a new early game route has been routed as well, where you skip the Route 3 center and fight the Route 3 last and pick up Mega Punch in Mount Moon. These strategies were all much more risky though, since you have less HP when fighting last. Nobody has been able to complete a run with either extended manip or this new early route. So, as of today, PokeGuy84's 148.50 is where the world record stands. Pokemon Red and Blue has certainly had one of the craziest speedrun journeys of any game out there. The any % glitchless category may not have had the most ridiculous, game-breaking bugs of a game like Super Mario 64 did, or the insane optimization of a category like Super Mario Bros.
Oh! Wait, I don't know. Maybe.
But instead, a combination of rule changes, controversy, and the frequent discovery of new routes and strategies. And this is just the beginning of this game's world record progression. The new extended manipulation and early game route I talked about before will be used in the future to drop the game's time even more. There's also been talk of re-allowing the instant text glitch and merging the Japanese and American leaderboards. So, be sure to keep an eye out for any of the runners listed in this video, or possibly even a new runner, to continue writing this game's record history in the future. Thanks for watching. So this is the part of the video where I normally just have a black screen. Summoning Salt merchandise is now available on Teespring. Check out the storefront right below the video. Enjoy! One of the fastest growing speedruns of the last few years is New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Close to 1,000 runs are on the leaderboard, a mark that not many games have reached. Naturally, competition at the top level is impressive, because not many people can call themselves a world record holder. A world record demands near perfection, honing in skills that come after thousands of hours of gameplay. Few people have gotten to that level, but those who have etched their place in speedrunning history. This is the world record history of New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Let's start up here, at the beginning. New Super Mario Bros. Wii was released on November 12th, 2009. Normally it takes months or even years before a speedrunning scene develops around a game. For New Super Mario Bros. Wii, it took 4 days. People nearly instantly gathered in the Speed Demos Archive forums to route the game for a speedrun. In the following weeks, times of 45 minutes and 35 minutes were claimed by MWL and Chronorox, respectively, although neither have video proof. For the next several months, runner UC Pro would both route the game and complete speedruns, and in May 2010 he claimed the 2605, but once again he didn't record it. To get to the first recorded run, we have to jump to May 2011, when Riker Z uploaded this run, a time of 26 minutes and 56 seconds. Riker Z started in World 1. Level 1-1 is quite straightforward, where you want to run and jump through to get to the end as fast as possible. However, there are subtle optimizations you can make. Sliding down the hills gives you a slight boost of speed, and running through the checkpoint is the fastest way to power up. Riker Z also picked up the propeller mushroom for later. In 1-2, he tilted the Wii remote to create downward slopes he could quickly run down, and picked up a star midway through, which increases your running speed. In 1-3, Riker Z used the propeller mushroom to fly up and access the secret exit, which unlocked the cannon to take him to World 5. In 5-1, he had to deal with the water in the latter half, and he simply fell in and swam as quickly as he could. It slowed him down by several seconds. After 5-1, you're forced to run into the piranha plants on the overworld map, where Riker Z collected the 8 toad balloons, albeit with a bit of a slowdown. You then have a choice of either playing 5-2 or 5-3, and Riker Z picked 5-2. It's a pretty straightforward stage, where you bounce on top of wigglers and run through the rest. Next was the World 5 Fortress, a vertical stage where having the propeller suit helps immensely. Riker Z was able to propeller up from platform to platform, then defeated Iggy with 3 jumps on his head. The next stage was 5-4. This stage is intended to be an auto-scroller, where you ride on this raft while enemies rain down from these platforms above. It's designed to be long and slow, not ideal conditions for a speedrun. So, instead, Riker Z decided to implement the first game-breaking trick of the run. This was first posted by UC Pro just 2 weeks after the game came out, and takes some practice to get right, but thanks to the propeller suit and navigating and jumping at the correct times, it's possible to skip the entire stage by jumping on the platforms and blocks. Riker Z did so beautifully, making a few brief hesitations but still flying through. After 5-4 came the World 5 Ghost House, where Riker Z took the secret exit once again to unlock another cannon, this time taking him to World 8. The fastest path through World 8 consists of 5 levels: 8-1, 8-2, 8-7, the airship, and finally Bowser's Castle. In 8-1, Riker Z had to deal with randomly falling meteors, and he got hit twice. He powered back up, only to intentionally take damage again later on to boost through some lava. In 8-2, Riker Z once again took the secret exit to unlock 8-7, a hidden level that bypasses most of World 8. 8-7 itself is a long stage consisting of jumping from spine coaster to spine coaster. World 8's airship isn't an auto-scroller like in previous games. Instead, Riker Z had to run through and traverse it as quickly as possible. He picked up the propeller shroom again to jump across big gaps instead of having to wait and slowly bring the platforms down. The Bowser Jr. fight was simple, hitting him with 3 bombs that he dropped. And finally, there was Bowser's Castle. Riker Z used the propeller suit quite a bit to navigate at the start, which isn't always the fastest. The last part of the run is the escape, where you have to guide Bowser's heat-seeking fireballs to destroy the path in front of you, then navigate through an obstacle course to the finish. In all, Riker Z finished after 26 minutes and 56 seconds. It was a good starting point. There were some obvious slowdowns that could be cleaned up, but no huge mistakes or deaths, and the video quickly went viral on YouTube. Over the next several months, Riker Z would continue running the game to push his time lower. At the end of 2011, he posted his first new time, a 25:49. This run actually saved time over the 26:56 in every single stage. Most of his strategies were the same, but were better executed. In 5-1, for instance, he dealt with the water much better, jumping out earlier and just barely being able to make it to the end. One of the biggest time saves was in 8-1, where he managed to avoid getting hit by the meteors and didn't have to power back up. But the best improvement was in Bowser's Castle. He guided the fireballs much better in the escape, using 9 fireballs to clear the path instead of 18 in his old record. In 2012, Riker Z would get 2 more records, a 25-31 and a 25-27. These runs both optimized existing strategies and utilized new ones. In the escape, Riker Z was able to use just 7 fireballs to clear the path ahead, the fewest ever achieved. In 8-2, he picked up a star to get additional speed instead of damage boosting as Big Mario. And in World 5, he chose to play 5-3 instead of 5-2. It was a more difficult stage, but a slightly faster one if performed optimally. Riker Z had left his mark on New Super Mario Bros. Wii speedrunning. 4 world records in a year and a half. He stopped running the game. But then something very interesting happened. Despite years going by and many new runners emerging, Riker Z's world record remained unbroken. The leaderboard grew and players got better, but Riker Z's years-old effort was too much to top. Finally, in 2016, someone broke through. His name was Green Uprooter, and he beat Riker Z by 1 second. But unfortunately, he didn't record it. Green Uprooter had recorded competitive times before this run, and is a trusted community member, so his 25-26 is taken at face value, but it can't be viewed today. That left the world record in an awkward place. It had taken 3.5 years to shave 1 unrecorded second off the record. Now, there was no telling when it would be broken again. But in early 2016, a new runner was climbing up the leaderboards. Quickly, it became inevitable that he was going to be the next record holder. In April 2016, he officially did it, closing out a 25-23 to beat Green Uprooter by 3 seconds. But this guy wasn't just any world record holder. He had reached the top, and he intended to stay there for a long time. His name was Ochgard. Ochgard had been around the speedrunning block before, achieving top times in Mega Man X3, Crash Tag Team Racing, and many other games. It makes sense that he was quickly able to get the record in New Super Mario Bros. Wii. But what nobody could have expected is that the very next day, he did it again, a 25-22. And the next day, another record, a 25-19. Ochgard had set 3 world records in 3 days. He was more consistent than any player who had come before him, meaning he hit tricks more often and made fewer mistakes. A big place he saved time was in the escape, navigating through the platforms quicker and hesitating less. And overall, he was able to execute most tricks more cleanly, shaving fractions of a second off in several stages. After these 3 records, Ochgard took a break from the game. Nobody came close to challenging him, with the closest active runner still being 16 seconds away. His skill level was far ahead of the rest, so he didn't really need to keep defending the record. But he came back in August anyway, and immediately got a 5-second world record. Ochgard's 25-14 was his smoothest run yet. He cleaned up a small mistake in 5-3 from his last run, doing a small jump to be able to run under the blocks while on the log. His 5-4 execution was also smoother, as he didn't pound the blocks he landed on and was able to continue moving. And in 8-1, he didn't slow down as much while propellering over the lava. These all added up to a few seconds of time save, and he didn't lose any significant time anywhere else. With a 25-14, Ochgard had pulled way ahead, 12 seconds ahead of second place, and 21 seconds ahead of any active runner. He had set a total of 4 records, and barring any new developments, it seemed like nobody else had a real shot of catching him. But still, probably Ochgard's most unlikely feat was the 3-day streak of records he had back in April. Even setting a record on back-to-back days is extremely rare, so extending that streak to 3 days, it practically never happens. Not only did it show complete dominance of a category, but it showed a level of consistency that was unrivaled. It was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime accomplishment for Ochgard. Yes, from August 16th through the 18th, Ochgard once again set 3 world records in a row. Doing this once was staggeringly unlikely, but in all my years of research, I've never heard of someone doing it twice. All 3 records were 25/12s, but each one was slightly lower than the last. The time saves were minimal, but impressive in their own right. The first record had a particularly clean Bowser's Castle, the second cleaned up a mistake in 5-3, and the final shaved a fraction of a second on the rolling hills in 8-2. But still, these 3 records weren't good enough for Ochgard. 2 weeks later, he'd lower it again with a 25-10, his 8th world record. Ochgard was quickly approaching a barrier, a sub-25 minute run. He was 10 seconds away. Did he have that much time left to save? Well, there were still fractions of a second he could get from cleaner movement throughout the stages. In terms of stuff he'd gotten in a run before, all that time save would put him at 25:05, still 5 seconds away. But there was one other trick he could go for. It would be the hardest trick in the run by far, but it would get him to sub 25. This is 556. In the second half of the World 5 Fortress, the spiked walls move back and forth on a cycle throughout the entire level. Normally, with fast movement, you make it to the top and then have to wait a few seconds for the spikes to finish their cycle so you can get to the door. Typically, you enter the door with 546 left on the timer. However, with unbelievably fast movement, it's possible to barely reach the top a cycle early. You can just fit in before the spikes move and block your path, and you wind up reaching the door at 556. This was originally thought to be tool assisted only, as the precision involved is truly incredible. Your moves have to be just right, where the instant you land, you have to be starting your next jump up. But in late August 2016, Ochgard became the first human to pull off 556. He just barely squeezed in before the gap closed. But with this, he proved that it was a human viable trick. It saves 7.5 seconds, since the in-game timer moves a bit quicker than a real second, which means that when combined with the stages of 25:05, a sub 25 was indeed technically possible. So the goal was now in sight. With nobody else close to his skill level, Ochgard was the only one with any chance to do it. It was still a long shot goal, but at least there was a narrow path to sub 25. He would have to shave time off wherever he could, then nail 556 to get the bulk of the time save. If he could pull all that off, it would be an essentially unbeatable speedrun. For the rest of 2016, Ochgard played more than he ever had before, and over the next few months, this is what happened.
Oh my god.
get it?
Yep.
You did.
Yes.
After weeks of trying, it had happened. The legendary, unimaginable sub 25. This was very close to being a perfect speedrun. At the end of a run that had gotten 556, that was 5 seconds ahead of the record, Ochgard was able to get a gold split on Bowser's Castle. It was the fastest he had ever completed the last stage in a run. His movement was impeccable, and he saved all the time he could. Ochgard could finally celebrate and take it easy. He had gotten his ultimate run, and there was no need to bother defending it. And so, he didn't. For the rest of 2016 and throughout 2017, nobody was really doing world record attempts in New Super Mario Bros. Wii. The community considered Ochgard's time to be essentially unbeatable, and it made sense why. First, you'd have to get 556, which fellow top runner Gix01 described as a 1 in 50 trick. Then you'd have to find a way to save time in one of the other stages. Ochgard did not leave much room for this. And finally, you'd have to match his incredible Bowser's Castle split, which ended with a 5:11 on the in-game timer. As 2017 progressed, people did improve their times, but nobody was close to 24:58. Entering 2018, it really did seem as though Ochgard had achieved an unbeatable world record. Ochgard himself felt that maybe on the outer limit, a 24:55 would be possible. By doing quicker wall kicks in 5-4, doing spins later into jumps in the airship so Mario moved faster for longer, and other small optimizations like those. He stopped short of calling his record unbeatable, but it's clear that neither he nor anybody else in the community felt there was much wiggle room. And then in April 2018, this happened. $24.45. How on earth was that possible? Well, certainly this run pulled out all the stops, like 556, right? No, this run didn't have 556, so it lost a little over 7 seconds. Well, certainly this time was achieved by an established runner like Ochgard, right? No, it was from a new runner named Fade Vanity. Alright, so what happened here? Well, Fade Vanity was a runner who quickly rose up the leaderboards in early 2018 until he had a low 25. He performed the 24:45 on April 13th, 2018, and other than missing 556, the run was incredibly smooth from start to finish. 8-2 in particular was fantastic, finishing with a nearly unheard of 4:24 on the in-game timer. But that's not why this run was the record. This run had a massive time save because of a huge new trick in the airship. And that trick is called Bombless. At the end of the World 8 airship, you have to fight Bowser Jr. The intended way to fight him is to wait for him to drop a bomb, then ground pound to send it back up to hit him. Do that 3 times and Bowser Jr. is defeated. For years, that's how players fought him in runs. However, in August 2017, runner I Love SMB found that in the World's 6 airship, it was possible to defeat Bowser Jr. by jumping on him 3 times, instead of using the intended clown cars. Runners then theorized that this could apply in the World 8 airship fight as well, which is what you do in an any percent run. However, the gap between Bowser Jr. and the top of the screen is smaller than Mario's hitbox, so despite players trying, nobody could fit in the gap to hit Bowser Jr. on the head. For a few months, that was the end of it. But in January 2018, former world record holder Green Up Rooter figured it out. The key was Bowser Jr.'s movement. He not only moves horizontally, but also vertically in a sinusoidal pattern, oscillating from a low point to a high point. So if you fly up to him, then perform a ground pound in a 1 to 2 frame window when Bowser Jr. is at the lowest point in his oscillation, Mario's hitbox briefly shrinks just enough to fit in the gap so you can hit Bowser Jr. If you're able to pull this off, it saves 13 seconds, an incredible amount of time for a run like this. The problem is, it's really difficult. The only way to practice it was to load a file with propeller shrooms, then play the second half of the stage over and over. When Green Up Rooter first discovered it in January 2018, it was thought to be an RNG related trick, because nobody could hit it with any consistency. In fact, it took 2 more months before somebody hit it in a run, when Gix got it in March. Doing bombless saves up to 13 seconds, but doing double bombless, where you skip 2 of the 3 bombs, saves up to 20. Triple bombless would actually lose time since simply ground pounding the other bomb is faster. But despite double bombless being theoretically known to be possible, nobody had ever performed it, even in practice. You'd have to hit the most precise trick in the game twice in a row. It just wasn't realistic. So that's what made it even more crazy when Fade Vanity got the world's first ever double bombless and finished the run as his 24:45 world record.
I did it! I did it! Oh my fucking god, I did it!
Sadly, Fade Vanity quit speedrunning in 2021 and deleted all videos of his runs. So, many of his world records are lost today, including his 24:45. A small amount of footage from this run and others were preserved in Connor01's record history video, so we can see glimpses of what he did. But when he set this record in April 2018, the community was absolutely shocked at his accomplishment. And still, there was clearly more time to save. He didn't get 556, so a run in the 24:30s and possibly lower was possible. Fade Vanity was the new top runner of New Super Mario Bros. Wii, and while little footage remains of what he did over the next several months, his impact and legacy continue to this day. With time still left on the table, Fade Vanity committed to attempts, and went all out to drive the record down. In the early 2000s, one of the largest speedrunning communities out there was for the classic NES game Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! Dozens of players from all over the world competed with each other to set the fastest times they could on each of the 14 fighters, tracked with the in-game timer displayed during and after the fight. It was a thriving community. These guys sent emails back and forth detailing their strategies, posting on old websites like Game FAQs, and kept track of their fastest times using online leaderboards. There was a really fun mix of randomness and skill involved. New strategies for faster times were regularly found, keeping the game fresh and encouraging others to see just what they could discover. For years, Punch-Out! Remained as one of the most popular speedrun communities in the world. But by the mid-2000s, competition slowed down. People kinda just stopped playing the game, and in a matter of months, one of the most played speedruns out there suddenly lost all of its competition, and silently faded into the background while other games took its spot. By 2008, just about nobody was playing the game anymore. But then, in 2010, a player known as Sinister1 became the first player to speedrun the game in years. What he found was a deserted community. The game FAQs pages with strategy discussion had been deleted, emails sent back and forth had long been forgotten, and pretty much all that remained was a website called Red Tom's Punch-Out, with a leaderboard that showed what the world record was for each of the 14 fights. Sinister1 was shocked by what he saw here. All 14 records were held by the same guy, a person named Matt Turk. None of them had any videos for proof, and it was hard to even find evidence on how Turk did each of these fights. After finding Matt Turk's email address and talking with him a bit, Sinister realized a couple of things. First, all signs pointed to every single one of these records being legitimate. And second, Matt Turk's skill level was way beyond any other player in the world, and there was pretty much no hope in anybody else beating some of them. At least, that's what he thought. These are the 14 world record times that Matt Turk had achieved by the time Sinister rediscovered the leaderboard. They didn't have video proof to go with them, but especially given when they were performed, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Hardly anybody was uploading speedruns to the internet in the early 2000s. Turk did, however, write down some of his strategies in detail on Red Tom's Punch-Out site, explaining how he achieved many of his times and how others could do the same. He played the game for a decade and came up with so much. In my opinion, it's very likely that he performed all of his times legitimately. But to understand how good they were, we'll have to first understand the basics of the game. Punch-Out mainly involves dodging out of the way of your opponent's punches and hitting them with your own punches courtesy of the fists of Little Mac. Punching your opponent lowers their health bar and can eventually lead to a knockdown. 3 knockdowns in one round is a TKO, which will end the fight. It's also possible to KO some fighters, where they don't get up after Mario the referee counts to 10 and the fight ends. So, Turk achieved these 14 times from either TKOing or KOing each fighter. We'll break down how he did them later, but for Sinister1 to beat or tie most of them seemed out of the question. Thankfully though, 2 of them were world record freebies that anybody watching this could match with a little bit of practice. Glass Joe and Don Flamenco. Glass Joe is an infamously easy fight, and his world record is infamously easy to attain as well. His strategy simply involved waiting until he did his attack at 40 seconds. A well-timed punch to the face upon him charging forward will knock him down in 42 seconds, where he won't be able to get up and the fight will end at 42.00. Punch-Out runs at 60 frames per second, and there's 2 frames to time this punch for Glass Joe to get knocked down and stay down at 42.00. This world record has been at 42.00 probably ever since the game came out in 1987. The second relatively easy record is on Don Flamenco, the 4th fight in the game, with a strategy discovered by Martin Charlebois in the late 90s. To tie this record, Sinister had to punch him, dodge out of the way, then wait and punch Don Flamenco in the face on the last frame before he would block the punch. If he's able to land it in this 60th of a second window, he'll get a star punch, or an uppercut that deals more damage. To Don Flamenco, this punch does enough to automatically knock him down. He gets up, but upon dodging his punch and hitting him in the face 5 times, Don Flamenco goes down again and doesn't get up. It'll be a KO at 14.97 seconds, a world record that has been tied for at least 2 decades. Sinister tied both of those records in early 2010, but after that, it was going to be a lot tougher to knock any down. No more freebies. Now, he had to practice and try to improve his skills at the game. Throughout 2010, Sinister1 got a lot better at the game and lowered each of his 14 times down, but they still remained comfortably behind Turk's times. Thankfully though, he got some help later that year. A player known as Adelicott was interested in the Hippo record, which was another one that Turk had reached the theoretical lowest time on, 37.61. To pull it off, however, was another story. King Hippo is a super random fighter. On any punch he throws, he can either open his mouth or not. He has a 3 in 8 chance of opening on any given punch, and you can only hit Hippo when he opens his mouth. He needs to open his mouth 3 times in order for you to deal enough damage to beat him, so to get the fastest time possible, you need Hippo to open his mouth on each of the first 3 times he throws a punch. That's 3/8 times 3/8 times 3/8, or about 5.27%. But that's not all. Half the time, he also does a delay between his second and third punches. To get Turk's time of 37 seconds, he can't do that delay, which cuts the odds in half. So the sheer odds in getting the luck needed for this time were only about 2.64%. The execution was extremely precise as well, because of how the in-game timer works. It ticks faster than a real second, with an in-game second being made up of about 20 individual frames, or a third of a real second. For some reason, the programmers only made certain decimals possible to achieve on each fight: 0.00, 0.25, 0.48, 0.61, 0.82, 0.97, and 0.99. If you end the fight in the first few frames of an in-game second, you get 0.00. In the next few frames, you get 0.25, and so on all the way to 0.99. His time of 37.61 meant he could lose up to 2 frames before actually losing time and getting a 37.82. On average, you have to hit Hippo on either the first or second frame he opens his mouth on each punch. That is some really precise timing. Now keep in mind, even if you're able to execute that precisely, you only have a 1 in 40 chance of getting the correct pattern from Hippo. Sinister One's fastest time was a 37.97, but in October 2010, Adelicott came through and tied Turk's 37.61, which I mentioned before can't go lower at all. What's crazy is that even with all that randomness and execution, that was still considered one of Turk's easier records to match. With that, the Punch-Out community had managed to take down 3 of Turk's times. But these 3 all had something in common. Of Turk's 14 records, it was known that 4 of them were at their theoretical limit and couldn't be beaten, only tied. It had been known for years that you couldn't go under 42.00 on Glass Joe, under 14.97 on Don Flamenco, and under 37.61 on King Hippo, and all 3 of those times stand as the world records even today. But for most of the remaining fights, the limit on how low humans could go was unknown. Turk's times were incredible, but for most of them it was at least theoretically possible to take them a decimal lower. But in order to do that, you would need to either beat Turk's execution, or get better luck, or both. Enter Mr. Sandman. Turk's Sandman time was 220.00, the slowest of all 14 fights, but that doesn't mean it was his worst. You can't get star punches on Mr. Sandman to deal damage quickly, so even beating him in the first round is hard. We'll get into the actual strategy behind this fight soon, but in 2010, Sinister One was able to tie Turk's 220. It seemed like it was just another Turk time down, but then Turk actually responded and beat Sinister's time with a claimed 219.48, once again with no video. Super Mario 64, one of the most iconic speedruns of all time. Top level runs are beautiful. There's incredible movement, bizarre glitches, and awesome tricks. It all adds up to a super popular speedrun, giving Mario 64 the impressive legacy it has. But I've got a secret to share. All the gameplay you've just seen was performed with a blindfold on. This might sound too insane to be real, but for the past several years, players have been trying to speedrun Super Mario 64 without looking at the screen. How is this possible? How do you take a three-dimensional game and not only play it with your eyes closed, but practically make it look easy? Let's take a journey inside the minds of some of speedrunning's most impressive players. Welcome to the world of blindfolded Mario 64. And now a word from this video's sponsor, Rocket Money. I don't know about you, but I'm subscribed to a number of streaming services. I try to switch between them, subscribing for a while before moving to other ones. Only problem, I forget to cancel and end up paying for a service I'm not using. This is where Rocket Money can help. Rocket Money is the personal finance app that helps you cancel subscriptions, lower bills, and manage your money better. I think Rocket Money is great for keeping track of your subscriptions. They identify recurring charges and cancel unwanted subscriptions for you. But they're also great for setting budgets. They can automatically monitor your spending by category and notify you when you've exceeded your limits. Rocket Money has helped save its customers an average of $740 a year, with over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. Join today by going to rocketmoney.com/summoningsalt, or by clicking on the link in the description to get started for free. You can unlock more features with a premium membership, but you can start off for free, so might as well try it and help out my channel. That's rocketmoney.com/summoningsalt. Blindfolded speedruns aren't a new concept. For years, blindfolded runs have been a staple at Games Done Quick events, and runners have even grinded at home to optimize blindfolded world records. But those were usually for simpler games. Compare that to Mario 64, with its 3D gameplay and wide open levels. Getting consistency with this seemed out of the question, and for many years, nobody bothered trying. But then, we arrive in 2017, when the main character of our story comes onto the scene. Meet Bubzia. Bubzia had seen players like RunnerGuy2489 and 360 Chrism play blindfolded 3D games before, and it inspired him to see what he could do in Super Mario 64. Bubzia started by figuring out a few basic stars blindfolded. From there, he expanded to the rest of the game. He slowly built up his skills throughout 2017. And finally, by October, he was ready to try for the first full game completion of blindfolded Super Mario 64. Here's how he did it. First off, this was a 16-star run of the game. Collecting at least 70 stars is the intended glitchless route, but that was not going to happen with a blindfold on. Instead, Bubsy performed a popular speedrunning route. Collect 16 of the easiest stars, then tackle a couple glitches to skip to the last stage. That was much more manageable than going for 70 stars. Right from Bubsy's first inputs, you can see his general strategy. He ran forward until he heard Mario hit the wall, then turned right and kept going. It was slow, but these inputs were hard to mess up, and he eventually made it to the cutscene. In Bob-omb Battlefield, Bubsy worked on getting to the top of the mountain for the first star. He used the camera angles to his advantage. He'd run forward till he hit an object, then carefully adjusted the camera and kept moving forward. This normalized his movement and lined him up so he'd always end up running to the same place every time. After gradually inching his way up the slope, he got to use audio techniques on the boss. He backflipped to pick him up, then counted the audio of Mario's footsteps to know when he was in the middle. This lined him up so he was perfectly underneath the star when it spawned. Bubsy ended up collecting 3 stars in Bob-omb Battlefield, and they all followed the same idea. Very simple and safe setups to reliably work his way through the map. He then headed to Whomp's Fortress, where he ultimately picked up 5 more stars. He used a plethora of strategies to get these, slowly backflipping up the long ramp, running from wall to wall, and even using a bit of muscle memory. His setups were so normalized that whenever something went slightly off script, he usually couldn't recover and either died or restarted. This happened 9 times throughout Whomp's Fortress. Bubsy continued through the game, slowly but surely collecting stars. While a lot of his strategies looked safe, they required an unbelievable amount of memorization and skill to do blindfolded. None were harder than the Bowser stages. He needed inside-out knowledge of the level to ensure he could platform without looking. He had a clever strategy for the Bowser fight itself. By constantly letting go and re-grabbing his tail, Mario gradually moves forward. Eventually, you'll collide with the bomb, and skip having to somehow aim a Bowser throw without being able to see. After an hour and 25 minutes, Bubsy had collected 15 stars. He had a precise setup to grab Mips the rabbit, and then counted Mario's footsteps to know when to turn through the hallways. To clip through the doors, Bubsy had more setups that involved re-grabbing Mips repeatedly. They worked, and Bubsy was through both doors after a few minutes. But then, he arrived at the hardest part of the entire run, Bowser in the Fire Sea. There are so many cycles, moving objects, and obstacles all over the place, that even with the best setups, Bubsy couldn't consistently make it through. He had a few smart strategies to help. By listening to silly kicks, he could tell where the platform was in its cycle. A longer distance between each kick meant it was moving down, and a shorter distance meant it was moving up. And later on, by backflipping onto this box, Bubsy knew that even if he took damage in the lava, he was lined up with the heart so he could recover. Safe strategies like these helped, but it still took Bubsy nearly an hour to get through Fire Sea, with 11 deaths along the way. But eventually, he cleared the level, and after 2.5 hours, he was in the home stretch. Next up were backwards long jumps, and there was no big secret to doing these blindfolded. He just had to line up and hope his mashing got him through the door and up the stairs. And finally, Bowser in the Sky. It's quite similar to Fire Sea in that there's several cycles you have to deal with, the hardest being the 2 elevators right at the very end. But thanks to a combination of backflips, audio cues, and normalization setups, Bubsy had made it through after 3 deaths. The final Bowser fight requires 3 throws, and Bubsy's strategy for the first 2 was letting Bowser run at him, then dropping him right into the bomb. But that's not an option for throw 3. So, he had to just randomly spin Bowser and hope he hit a bomb. One random throw away from history being made.
Okay, calm down. I need to collect the star. Calm down, guys. Please, man, please. It should be to the left. 2 backflips or 1 backflip. No, that's not good. Yes! We did it! Yes, guys! We did it!
Bubsy had shocked the world. He could literally beat Super Mario 64 with his eyes closed. Probably one of the craziest gaming achievements ever. Now, his run did take over 3 hours, and he either died or restarted 33 times across the game. There was room for optimization, if Bubsy so desired, but he didn't. He was the only person in the world capable of doing this, and he was happy to move on with his life. But little did Bubsy know, while he was working on his 16-star run, there was another player on the other side of the world doing the exact same thing, Z-Surf. Neither player knew of the other's existence, and Bubsy's completed run came as a big surprise to Z-Surf. He was still working on individual stars. This other guy was way ahead of him. But Z-Surf wasn't deterred. He talked with Bubsy, learning some of his strategies while improving on his own. He found different routes to take and ways he could complete certain stars faster. By the time he started full game runs in early 2018, he was a much improved player. Z-Surf ended up beating Bubsy's run by a few minutes on February 2nd, and a month later, he took a full hour off the world record. Mario 64 completed blindfolded in an hour and 58 minutes. A big part of the improvement was the fact that Z-Surf simply died less than Bubsy. He had to restart just 15 times across the run, compared to Bubsy's 33. But his route through the game was also quicker. For one thing, he opted to collect both Peach Slide Stars. He had a fairly safe strategy to leap over the edge and make it to the end before 21 seconds. That's fast for a blindfolded star. He also switched out a couple stars in Hazy Maze Cave to save a bit more time. But beyond the route changes, Z-Surf was simply faster than Bubsy. He used more audio cues to his advantage. For instance, in the Bowser stages, he could tell where the rotating platforms were based on what part of the background music was playing. And just all over the run, Z-Surf's strategies were a bit riskier, running up a slope rather than backflipping, and using fewer setups. Meanwhile, as Z-Surf was lowering the Mario 64 blindfolded record, Bubsy was working on other blindfolded games, most notably Pokemon and Kingdom Hearts. He planned to come back to Mario 64 eventually, but if nothing else, these other games were still helping him improve as a blindfolded speedrunner. He picked up on different blindfolded strategies and ideas while he played. And as the months passed, Bubsy realized there was one technique that might really help with Mario 64. Something that would make his movement look much more fluid, almost like he was playing with his eyes open. That fall, Bubsy came back to Mario 64, implementing a trick called beat counting. Beat counting is essentially using the background music's beat as a metronome to time your inputs to. Now, it's important to note that this isn't the same as a music cue. That's where you wait for a specific moment in the song to use as a cue. Instead, beat counting is simply having a consistent frame of reference, in this case the beat of the song, to help time different inputs. For example, you can run forward, then know to jump after 3 beats, then press jump again after 4 more beats, and so on. This can help make otherwise brutal sections become nearly trivial, as it replaces insane muscle memory with consistent inputs. Beat counting was first implemented in Super Mario 64 by a player named Katoon, who used it in his 70-star run. It helped him all over, allowing for fluid movement that looked like a visual player at times. After seeing it utilized in other speed games, Bubsy decided he had to try using it in 16-star. So, in September 2018, he came back to Super Mario 64. He wanted to see how much time he could take off of Z-Surf's record of 1 hour and 58 minutes. How much could beat counting help? Well, right away, Bubsy saved time on the very first star. He picked up a box and navigated into the corner of the gate by beat counting. By then setting it down on top of Mario's hitbox, he got pushed behind the gate and was able to collect the star. This is an obscure old trick known as box clip, and predates the more traditional bomb clip used in modern visual runs. New strategies with beat counting were used throughout the game. Often, these helped big time with consistency as well as being faster. The slide in Cool Cool Mountain was now beat counted, and Bubsy had a safer MIPS grab thanks to beat counting too. But the biggest time saves with beat counting were the Bowser stages, especially Fire Sea. As you recall, this is probably the hardest level in the run. It took Z-Surf over 17 minutes to get through it in his world record. But here, Bubsy used a beat count for the entire stage developed by Katoon. Highlights included a section in the middle where he navigated without adjusting the camera. Since he couldn't see anyway, there was no point in changing the camera angle. He still knew exactly where to go. Bubsy flew through the whole level, and ultimately, he completed it in just 2 minutes. A 15-minute time save over Z-Surf. That's the power of beat counting. Bubsy was cruising. The run was far from perfect, but after demolishing Fire Sea, he knew he was way ahead of Z-Surf's world record. He couldn't see his exact pace, of course, but he knew it had potential to be a big record. The backwards long jumps went well, and thanks to beat counting and other audio cues, Bowser in the Sky was quick too. Once again, it all came down to hitting this last Bowser throw. And then he could find out just what type of pace this really was.
Yes! Yes! Someone! 53, yes! Yes! Yes!
This was ahead of even his wildest dreams. Not only was it sub-hour, but it was sub-hour by several minutes. The whole game beaten blindfolded in 53 minutes. The run did have its slow moments. He died a handful of times, and the worst part was when he had to intentionally drown to restart in Dire Dire Docks. But being able to cut a world record in half did not happen very often. This was everything Bubsy wanted and more. Beat counting had changed blindfolded Mario 64 forever. But once again, Bubsy decided this was a good place to stop. Despite there still being room for improvements, he remained interested in exploring other blindfolded speedruns. So, he stopped playing, and for the next year, his blindfolded world record remained unchallenged. But of course, Bubsy wasn't going to stay away for long. 16-star was his bread and butter. And if you've seen my other videos, generally people who dominate a game can't help but come back to it time and time again. Bubsy wanted to see just how low he could take the blindfolded record. So, after a 10-month break, he spent the summer of 2019 rerouting the run, changing up the stars a bit and trying to optimize his strategies. By August, he was ready to start up runs again. And over the course of just 11 days, he did this.
not happy at all. No way, dude. Are you kidding me? Oh, dude. Oh my god. No, dude.
An unbelievable grind. Thanks to a combination of beat counting, incredible muscle memory, and a ton of skill, Bubsy had beaten Super Mario 64 blindfolded in under 40 minutes. This run had one big mistake. During MIPS, he got lost and had to quit back to the menu. It cost about 2 minutes, so a 36-minute run would be the limit. But there were no major mistakes anywhere else. 38 minutes was incredibly optimized for this type of run. It was exactly what he was looking for. Bubsy really was the king of blindfolded Mario 64. Hardly anyone else had tried it, and those who had were well behind him. He could do with his eyes closed what others couldn't do with their eyes open. And this 38-minute run was his magnum opus. Bubsy was finally done with the grind. No one else even approaching his times. And then, 3 weeks later, something very interesting happened. Completely out of the blue, a new submission appeared for the blindfolded Mario 64 leaderboards. The player's name was Nobori56, and he was claiming to have performed a 35-minute blindfolded run, a new world record. Nobody in the community had heard of him before, and having someone brand new instantly claim a big world record was suspicious, to say the least. And when the community watched his run, it only got stranger. He wasn't beat counting at all. In fact, it seemed like nearly everything he did was muscle memory. It looked an awful lot like he could see what was happening on screen, at least somewhat. Blindfolded speedruns can be easy to fake. If you can get any vision through your blindfold, it makes the run magnitudes easier. This was a tough one to call. Maybe Nobori was just an unbelievable blindfolded gamer. Or maybe he was a cheater. Over the following few weeks, Nobori continued submitting runs, and gradually, everything became clear. Nobori was 100% legit, and he was actually that good. So here's the thing with Nobori. He has an absolute knack for developing muscle memory. Once he does a trick with his eyes open, it doesn't take much practice until he can consistently do it without looking. Therefore, the idea of beat counting never even entered his mind, and he was able to perform nearly everything faster. Even right from their first movements in the castle, you can see the difference. Bubsy had to set up his moves and work his way to the first door, but Nobori adjusted the camera at the perfect moment to do this. Basically indistinguishable from a visual runner. How about getting to Peach's slide? Genuinely impressive, even with eyes open. It was more of the same with the stars. Nobori went for super fast strategies, no beat count setups necessary. Even though he died a few times, the time save for moving faster more than made up for it. But as you might expect, the place that Nobori improved the most was the Bowser stages. When Bubsy played Bowser in the sky, he kept moving but didn't do anything too flashy. Super impressive for being blindfolded, but nobody would mistake it for a speed run. Nobori, on the other hand, standing left side and elevator skip. It's really hard to believe that all this is possible while blindfolded. But in case there's any doubt Nobori couldn't see, at the end of every run he took off his 18 blindfolds. No way anyone could see through all that. He was simply so much better than any other blindfolded player. He was running while the rest were walking. Nobori had achieved a 26-minute blindfolded run of Super Mario 64. Simply inconceivable just a few weeks ago. There's one more moment of Nobori's run I want to talk about. The final Bowser throw right at the very end. This throw had a few different strategies over the years. Bubsy's initial method was to just blindly throw and hope it hit a bomb. But Z-Surf realized that since the whoosh sound occurs at the same time in every spin, you could sync up your joystick to the spinning and know exactly when to release Bowser to hit a bomb. This was a strategy that Bubsy preferred to use, but Nobori took it a step further and used something else that Z-Surf had found. By pausing during the whoosh sound, you could listen to the echo and judge whether or not Mario is facing the bomb. If he's not, then you simply unpause and try again. But if he is, then you can immediately unpause and throw Bowser. It'll hit the bomb every time. This is a brilliant example of turning a seemingly impossible task, landing a blindfolded Bowser throw, into something relatively consistent. Even though he was miles ahead of everyone else, Nobori still felt he could save time over his 26-minute run. He died a couple times and had a particularly slow MIPS grab. So, a few months later, Nobori came back and improved the record to 25 minutes. A run that would have been even faster had he not failed to grab Bowser's tail and had to redo the fight. And just 2 days after that, Nobori made one more improvement. This run was truly incredible from start to finish. He collected the first 11 stars quickly, with no substantial time losses. He died once in Hazy Maze Cave, but it didn't cost him badly. His MIPS grab was instantaneous, right in front of the door. His Bowser stages were all fantastic, his BLJs were super quick, and on the last fight, he grabbed Bowser's tail and landed the third throw. No retries needed. 24 minutes is a genuinely respectable time with your eyes open. Nobori had optimized this run to insane standards. Hard to believe it was all actually possible. As for Bubsy, it was tough to accept what had just happened. He'd been the king of blindfolded Mario 64 for years, and Nobori had demolished all of his times. When Bubsy tried doing Nobori's strategies, he could eventually pull most of them off, but his consistency was poor. Definitely not good enough to complete a full run with them. Bubsy had to accept that he wasn't going to be beating Nobori's record. For the next year, blindfolded 16-star had no activity. There was no point when the world record was this good. Players focused on other categories with less optimized records. And unsurprisingly, Nobori took the top spot for those too. Just pure domination. But eventually, everything calmed down. Nobori stopped playing, and the rest didn't bother trying to beat his times. It almost felt like he had killed blindfolded Mario 64. But then, in October 2020, Bubsy managed to get 16-star into that year's Awesome Games Done Quick. This was the first time anyone would be showing off blindfolded Mario 64 on such a big stage. Bubsy may not have been on Nobori's level, but he wanted to put on a good show. So, he knew he had to get practicing. Bubsy didn't have any illusions of trying to take the record. Instead, he focused on playing for fun, looking for new strategies and not taking things too seriously. And maybe, he can improve a bit on his 38-minute PB. Since Nobori's crazy muscle memory strategies were out of the question, Bubsy focused on beat counting strategies. He found faster ones in Whomp's Fortress and Cool Mountain. And on Bowser in the Sky, beat counting allowed him to make a faster elevator cycle at the start. But despite lots of practice, he was still slower than Nobori and he was dying more. The improvements slowly started to come in. First, a 37-minute run, and then nearly a month later, a 35-minute run. Both of these had substantial time losses on the BLJs, so Bubsy knew he had the potential to go a few minutes lower. But this is exactly what he was looking for. Even if he wasn't competing with Nobori, it was still nice to see some improvement. And as the weeks passed, Bubsy kept getting better. His movement was faster and he was dying less often. He started going for Lakitu skips sometimes. It wasn't very consistent, but getting it at all while blindfolded was amazing. Bubsy's potential was much faster than 35 minutes, if he could just string it all together in a run.
Fast mips, okay, it's very good. Okay, please BLJs, dude. It will come down to BLJs, dude. I'm up. Oh my god, this would have been sub 30, dude.
This was a fantastic run for Bubsy. He nailed nearly all of his strategies, and had he not missed a throw on Bowser and had to restart, the run would have been a sub 30. But still, it was a great improvement. He wasn't quite on Nobori's level, but he was getting closer. And even though it took months to get here, this was a clear improvement. Nobori hadn't played the category in a long time. Maybe Bubsy had the chance to close the gap even more. But instead, right after Bubsy's new PB, Nobori came back.
It's me, Mario.
He made it seem effortless. Nobori's strategies were somehow even faster than before. To get to the top of Whomp's Fortress, instead of teleporting, he jumped off the slope while sliding to make it up. He switched up a few stars and had a brilliant strategy to hit the Talon Star in Shifting Sandland. And most importantly, it was just incredible that he was doing all this while blindfolded. Occasionally, he'd have a moment that looked obvious, like when he struggled to collect stars that were right in front of him. But he'd turn around the next moment and do something like this. Mind-blowing. Bubsy had improved, yes, but he was not on Nobori's level. It almost seemed like he could lower the record at will. But he decided to stop here. With the world record down to 23 minutes, Nobori had once again killed the competition in blindfolded 16 star. Bubsy knew he wasn't beating this. Nobody was beating it. So instead, he spent much of 2021 focusing on a new challenge, routing a blindfolded 120 star run. This was a massive undertaking, and took up most of his gaming time throughout the year. Yet, even though he wasn't playing the more competitive category in 16 star, working on 120 star still helped him improve at the game. He was optimizing the stars for speed, and as a result, found some new strategies. For instance, in Bob on Battlefield, he found a consistent setup for Bomb Clip, the iconic trick used to get behind the fence quickly. It saves 20 seconds, and looks pretty darn impressive given it's performed blindfolded. After practicing 120 star for several months, Bubsy came back to the game's shorter categories in late 2021, quickly sweeping through each one to lower his PBs. In 16 star, he managed to get a 28-minute run featuring his new tricks. Still slower than Nobori, especially in the Bowser stages, but a decent improvement. After this, he went back to working on 120 star, and Nobori's record remained as safe as ever. At this point, he'd held the record for more than 2 years. Bubsy hadn't been able to catch him, and nobody else was within 15 minutes of him. As 2022 came around, it was really seeming like this was Nobori's record to keep. He could simply do things with a blindfold on that nobody else could. At least, nobody who had tried so far. The only hope of beating Nobori was somebody new coming along, who had their own set of incredible blindfolded skills. Someone like Handyman. In late 2021, Handyman became infatuated with blindfolded Super Mario 64. That September, he became just the third person to beat the game blindfolded in under an hour. By January, his time was down to 35 minutes. And by March, he lowered his PB to right behind Bubsy. Impressive improvement from a relative newcomer to blindfolded gaming. Hendy's playstyle was like a hybrid between Bubsy and Nobori. He didn't beat Count with numbers, but didn't fully rely on muscle memory either. Many of his fastest strategies involved music cues. He'd mess around in a level with his eyes open and figure out how to time certain actions to the music. Eventually, he'd find a series of inputs that gave him the best consistency and practice it relentlessly until he could do it blindfolded. Hendy got really good at this, and it paid off with a 28-minute run. He fell behind Bubsy while collecting the stars since he died a few times, but he was actually faster than Bubsy down the stretch. It was gold split after gold split for Mips, Fire Sea, and Bowser in the Sky. After hitting the last throw on Bowser, he knew he had a big PB.
Let's go! Holy sh!
A couple months later, Hendy got on another good run. It started with both Lakitu Skip and Bomb Clip, and then he gained big time in Bowser in the Dark World. Unfortunately, he struggled and then died in Hazy Maze Cave, died twice in Fire Sea, and died on Bowser at the very end. That's 4 deaths. Yet he still PB'd by a full minute, and moved ahead of Bubsy into second place. Hendy had gotten really good. Despite several minutes of time loss, the rest of his run was so fast that he couldn't help but PB. Hendy's movement and speed was incredible, and it was honestly starting to look a lot like Nobori. The only thing he didn't have was Nobori's consistency.
Right, that's enough for today. 13 hours of recording. 1.7. I don't care if this takes me the rest of spring break. I'm gonna just finish this. It's better to be careful.